Are we ready to go? Yes? Okay. I'm trying to make sure I can see everyone here. Okay. Hello, everyone. Calling us back into regular session of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board of Trustees meeting for Tuesday, March 14th, 23. Welcome to all of those who are joining us this evening. The Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees voted to hold this meeting as a virtual meeting because of meeting in person would present imminent risk to health and or safety of attendees due to the predicted severe storm, flood alert for Santa Barbara County, and substantial potential for localized flooding. So thank you and welcome. So now we're going to have language access.
Thank you, President Sims-Moten. Good evening. I will give this announcement regarding language interpretation in both English and Spanish. Buenas tardes. Voy a dar este anuncio con respecto a la interpretación en inglés y en español. In order to provide language access, we will be providing simultaneous bidirectional interpretation in English and Spanish. If you are bilingual, you do not have to click on anything. If you are not bilingual in English and Spanish, you will have to select your language in order to hear the interpretation. If you are using a laptop or a desktop, at the bottom right of your screen, you will see a globe icon that says Interpretation. Please click on the globe now and select English. If you are using an iPad or a phone, locate the three-dot menu and select Language Interpretation, then select English and click Done. And when it's your turn to speak, please remember to be loud and clear and speak at a moderate pace. Thank you. We are offering American Sign Language as well for this meeting. If you will be using ASL interpretation, please use the Zoom app on your computer, tablet, or phone to join this meeting. If you joined this meeting through your web browser, you may not be able to see the ASL interpreter at all times. Esta reunión contará con interpretación simultánea bidireccional en inglés y en español. Si usted es bilingüe, no tiene que presionar nada. Si usted no es bilingüe, en inglés y en español, tendrá que elegir su idioma para escuchar la interpretación. Si está usando una computadora, verá un icono en la parte inferior de su pantalla a la derecha en forma de globo que dice Interpretación. Haga clic ahí ahora y seleccione Español. Si está usando un iPad o su teléfono, localiza el menú de 3 puntos, haga clic en Interpretación de idiomas, elija Español y Finalizar. O si está en inglés, dice Done. Cuando sea su turno de hablar, por favor recuerde hablar con voz fuerte y clara y a un paso moderado. Gracias. Thank you. That concludes our announcement, and I will now ask the host to assign me as an interpreter and also our interpreter, Paula. Thank you very much. We may begin.
Great. Thank you. And Dr. Maldonado, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Good evening, board trustees and members of our community. Please put your right hand over your heart and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. An announcement from closed session. The board voted to approve the approval and ratification of March 3rd, 2023 final settlement agreement in case number 2022-23 SE002. The vote was 5-0. And now we'll have the student board report from Ms. Suresh.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I hope you've all been staying safe in this weather. So I just have a few announcements here. We're starting the election process for the new student board member at the high schools, which is very exciting. And once those students are elected at their respective high schools, and they will go through an appointment process where they interview with the school board to be selected in May. So that's really exciting. And obviously, as my role as student board member, part of it comes with bringing student voices to the board. And I do want to voice some concerns that I have been receiving from students. This month specifically, students have been discussing that the food on campus and the nutrition options aren't sustaining them long enough, and that they're struggling to get through the day with those options alone, and also that sometimes the food isn't fresh. And then there is also complaints of excessive food waste that's been happening at our school campuses as well, just something to bring up. And another concern is reporting harassment or bullying that people have been experiencing, specifically any harassment that occurs in a classroom from teachers, how students will be able to report that and protect their anonymity and their confidentiality. So those are just some concerns that I wanted to bring up to do my part. And then following up, of course, with the IUE campaign, the work that we've been doing, we do have our screening and our student panel, which I'm sure Dr. Maldonado will talk about very soon. That's happening tomorrow at La Cumbre Junior High, which is really exciting. We're going to have a student panel afterwards that has representation from all of our high schools, which is also a great like feat, because I know sometimes it's hard to get that representation. And I'm really looking forward to having that discussion and watching a film that challenges us to think of how we can combat hate with love. And there have been discussions that have been happening in the classrooms following the kind of pushing out of the "what do you stand for" video. And these discussions, from what I've heard, have been pretty productive and have gotten students to think, or at least start brainstorming what they're going to do or what they're going to help and call others into doing as well, in order to further the work of the campaign beyond just a video or beyond just a slogan. And then I'm very honored and happy to say that I have a student spotlight here tonight to talk about restorative justice, which, as I'm sure you all know, is a very important topic to me. As we talk about school safety and school climate, restorative justice is a huge piece in restoring a school climate and building trust and building relationships with integrity. So without further ado, I want to introduce Avital, who's a junior at San Marcos High School, to talk more about restorative justice and the work that she's been doing in that area. So Avital, feel free to introduce yourself and take it away.
Hello, everyone. Hi, my name's Avital, just like Kavi introduced me. I'm a junior at San Marcos, and I'm really excited to talk about restorative justice today. Can I just jump right in? Is that? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So did everyone know that there are over 2 million people incarcerated in the US today? I didn't realize that until a few months ago. And something else that I didn't realize that was very disappointing was to see how many of my fellow classmates become in addition to these statistics. But how does this happen? As an example, a student gets into a fight and investigation occurs. And when it comes to consequences, anything from suspension to juvie is on the table. With these things such as probation, suspension, expulsion, and even juvie, the problem doesn't go away just because the child does. Sure, the responsible party is removed from campus, but that person is still a part of the community, and the consequence doesn't actually solve the problem. As soon as the students get involved in any of these things that I just listed, it eventually contributes to them entering the traditional criminal justice system. And this is exactly how the school to prison pipeline is created. All of these solutions do exist, but using them is like trying to heal a broken bone with a Band-Aid. The root of the issue is never truly addressed. So how do we stop the school to prison pipeline? To decrease crime rates, it's essential to keep kids in school. So we must intervene while they're still young, when the first incidents occur. Because as we know, one bad decision can lead into the next and into the next. And I see we just had the infographic show up, so thank you very much. That kind of leads into my next point of how we intervene, where this thing called restorative justice comes in. As we can see, restorative justice is a way to stop the cycle and stop the timeline that I just described. For those who have never heard of restorative justice, it's a completely different way to think about the justice system. Instead of the classic police officers, courts, and verdicts, restorative justice is a system that not only allows the offender to be heard, but also the victim. Most of the time, heavy sentencing is brought up because that's what society sees as justice. But more often than not, especially when it comes to students, it's like the Band-Aid. Eventually, the sentence will end and everything will go back to square one. Nobody really wins. So how does this work? After an altercation or crime occurs, there's usually a responsible youth who causes harm and a youth who has been harmed. With restorative justice, both of these parties are approached and are offered an alternate option. The culmination of restorative justice is a conference circle, essentially where each party is able to express their feelings about what had occurred and how that affected them. Through this process, there's a deep level of rebuilding community and repairing the harm that has been done. And of course, prior to these conferences, there's weeks and weeks of preparation from both sides. At the end of the final conference, an accountability plan is created when the responsible youth has to follow through on. Now, this could be a combination of anything. For example, if there's a vandalism case, it could be fixing the vandalism and community service, or just working off the debt can be part of the plan. But these are just a few examples. The harmed youth needs are listened to, and since the responsible youth gets a say in what the accountability plan looks like, this adds empowerment and allows the responsible youth to be more likely not only to learn from the experience, but also follow through on the plan, and most importantly, not reoffend. Now, I've been talking about rebuilding communities. So how does that happen? As a part of this final conference, aside from the responsible youth and harmed youth, there are fully trained circle facilitators, as well as members of the community who may have also been affected, like teachers, staff, or other students. This is an opportunity for growth for the responsible youth with a high level of accountability. And by doing this, all factors are considered, which lead to a deeper understanding of the issue. The reality is that this isn't an easy way out for the responsible youth, because none of this works if there's not a serious sense of taking responsibility for the harm done, which is a very difficult thing to do. So once all parties believe that the plan has been followed up on, then the responsible youth can re-enter the school community, which is such an important part and very different from the usual traditional criminal justice system. And success rates with restorative justice have been highly impressive, with a 44% reduction in recidivism in youth who cause harm. And the reason why this has been so successful is that the structure is created around finding that deeper issue and looking at the other factors as to why children break rules. By addressing these things, the issues can be found and communities can be rebuilt. Another question that comes up often is, why would someone who was harmed want to participate in this? Because it does bring up unpleasant feelings. And there's actually a 91% satisfaction rate for participating in restorative justice for persons harmed when compared to the traditional justice system. Because restorative justice allows for the hurt youth to be listened to and for their needs to be met, it adds that additional level of support. Although this district has been doing restorative practices, this would be a new level that could improve the school climate and break that school to prison pipeline. And restorative justice may not solve every issue, but this will be a far more permanent solution to many of the issues that do come up on campus. For this district specifically, there is a nonprofit called the Santa Barbara Teen Legal Clinic, which work with youth through their Tara Holland Ford Restorative Justice Project. So for anyone interested in learning more about restorative justice and discussing it further, I'm on the board of that clinic and would be happy to meet along with any other members of our board. So restorative justice provides a better solution and can be a part of the change to find the issue at its core and stop it from growing into something more. This way, we can improve the campuses and build a better community. If we can break that pattern and start with young children, even for a second, considering the underlying factors, then we can truly change lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Avital. And I'm just so grateful to have the opportunity to share with you, board, just like the passion of students in our district and the work that they're also doing. And I'm sure if you have any questions, you can direct them to Avital, but that wraps up my report. Thank you all so much.
Great. Thank you, Kavya, and thank you, Avital, for that report. And thank you for the work that you continue to do. And next is Dr. Maldonado, your superintendent's report. But just wanted to follow up that with regards to the concerns brought up regarding the food service and what was the other thing you wanted to talk about, Kavya? We can just do some follow up on those things, the issues with the food and reporting of
teachers, student reporting of teachers or staff.
Okay, so Dr. Maldonado, if you can make a note to follow up on those things, appreciate it. Now for your report.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And it is in my notebook. Kavya will definitely follow up with you on those two. Thank you, Kavya and Avital, for reminding us that we need to lead with listening and learning so that we rebuild and repair with compassion and understanding. I really appreciate today's report. Again, as Board President Sims Moen has said, I want to thank everyone for their flexibility and understanding during this school closure for today as we deal with yet another atmospheric river hitting our area. Please know we did not make the decision to close and move this meeting remotely lightly. However, we did have to consider the safety of our students, faculty, and staff based on what the weather reports were showing. We do look forward to reopening schools tomorrow, and that communication has gone out to our families early this afternoon. So thanks again, everyone, for your patience and understanding. I also want to thank, last week we had a very busy week with some evening events. I want to thank all those who participated in the Literacy Task Force. You'll hear a little bit more about that later on in today's agenda, but I want to do a special thanks to our community members, to our teachers. We had representation from everyone across the system. And I'm very proud of that work and the fact that we also came in, even though it was raining and we had a very good turnout. I want to thank Board Member Alvarez for also joining us for that task force. Additionally, last Friday, we had our partnership meeting that Ms. Kenya Edison and her team led, along with Denise Alvarado and the Strategic Arts team. And I want to express again, thanks to the partners who participated in the informational meeting. We had a very full house. I know Board President Sims Moen and I were walking out of another meeting and sort of like got interested and peeked into that room to say, what's going on here? We want to be a part of it. Because, you know, we don't like to get involved, right? But I was very pleased to see so many partners come and sign up to co-lead work with us, support us, and really show our families and students and staff how much we want to support them. And I look forward to this work because it's also putting our MTSS approach or theory of action of using data to make decisions with our partners at the table and linking all our initiatives. So thanks to everyone for that. I know that we don't have a music or arts presentation today, but I do want to highlight and thank and congratulate the Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy staff, which presented at the annual South by Southwest Education Conference in Austin, Texas last week. DPEA founder Amir Abu Shair, director, and Emily Shair, along with a group of 18 others, including students, presented the unique and engaging model to people from around the world. And we're so proud of DPEA for making a model that is getting this kind of major recognition and really putting our district on the map for innovation and acceleration of learning around engineering with our students. And some of arts, there's so many integrated topics in this engineering academy that we're so proud of. I do want us to now move to the Heroes of the Heart, and I believe my staff will show the slides. I am trying to remember how I do this Zoom meeting approach. Okay, so starting with Amy Gates, nominated by Principal Naughton. Amy's vision to expand teaching literacy to include families is a testament to her commitment to students and families, her passion for literacy and inspiration to all educators. And I don't believe I shared in this meeting, but I did get a chance to see Amy's work in action when I went to Monroe and saw a presentation with the library and a bunch of families. And we had pozole and books and so many things that really, really does show her commitment to literacy. Thank you, Amy. Next, we have Bill Dodson, nominated by Martha Acevedo from Santa Barbara High School. Mr. Dodson has a heart of gold. Throughout the years, he has been a voice of reason and has served as a leader. He's also builds community by setting up and coordinating staff lunches. For many years, he's coordinated the food and can drive through which our students and staff donated to the Unity Shop. Thank you, Mr. Dodson. Next, we have nominated by Jan Ferrer, Principal Clancy Chu. Merit Clancy keeps students at the center of all discussions. She models gratitude, patience, and grace for all staff, families, and students. I can't say enough good things about Clancy, but I do know she absolutely deserves to be recognized as a hero of the heart, and I agree totally. Thank you to Ms. Jan Ferrer, and congrats to Ms. Clancy Chu. Next, we have from Santa Barbara Junior High, nominated by Alex Wilson, the team of the Fearless Office team at Santa Barbara Junior High, who works tirelessly. I love this nomination because it's a team approach. They work tirelessly, often being one of the last staff on site, finishing up their work. They know our students, their families, and support them with everything. If they don't know the answer, they will track down a person who does. They are trusted colleagues for staff and trusted adults on campus to many students. Thank you, Vanessa, Monica, Lupe, and Sharon. Next, from San Marcos High, nominated by Patricia Hall, is Melissa Castle. Melissa is here to teach and inspire her students. She fights for these kids and wants the best for them, which means teaching them and raising the bar. Thank you, Melissa. Next, from Santa Barbara High, nominated by Principal Dr. Simmons, Maria Jimenez, who has worked hard to increase parent engagement at Santa Barbara High, implemented a 6-week course for families, and organized a very well-attended convivio for our EML students who have increased their reading comprehension, EML students that have perfect attendance, and our reclassified students. I also want to say that Maria dabbles a lot in graphic organizing, creating graphic organizers for us, and I want to also appreciate her work. And last, we have nominated again by Dr. Simmons, Dan Barnett from Santa Barbara High. He spent thousands of hours writing grants and working alongside families to fundraise for the Visual Arts and Design Academy, known as VADA. It's because of his leadership and vision that we will soon have a new state-of-the-art building and a beautiful outside space for all to enjoy. Thanks again, everyone. And again, the Heroes of the Heart is something we do in Santa Barbara Unified because we know that we have so many great people working for us, and I encourage everyone to please join us in nominating people that you see doing work of the heart that oftentimes may get overlooked. I just want to close with, of course, my windows are not where I want them to be. Apologies. I want to close with a quote from James Baldwin, because I know and I want to recognize so much of the work that we're all doing. And it goes like this: the world changes according to the way people see it. And if you can alter even by a millimeter the way people look at reality, then you can change the world. So thank you, and that concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Faldo, for your report, and certainly congratulations and heartfelt appreciation for the Heroes of the Heart. Thank you for your continued work to making a difference in our district. So next we'll move to board comments and correspondence. So board members, we want to use your hand so I can see who I can call on. Okay, Ms. Alvarez, I see you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for meeting remotely. First of all, I want to start with a note of gratitude to Dr. Maldonado and her team. I know there was a lot of work involved yesterday in regards to whether to close the schools and meeting with law enforcement and other authorities in town. So thank you so much for all that work that goes behind. I know that it's not an easy decision to close the schools, as we all want the schools to be open. However, the safety of our students and staff comes first. So thank you for making that decision early enough so everybody knew what to do the day before school. So my appreciation for all that hard work. And second, yes, I was at the literacy task force, and I'm so happy that I got the opportunity to attend. It was a group of motivated people. It was amazing presentation. And so the work that is being done by our teachers, but our principals and some of our parent community members who were there. So I know there's a report down the line, so I won't go too much into it. However, I'm very happy that I was there, and it was an excellent experience. And also talking about all the good things that are happening at our district. Well, not all of them, but some of them. Is the DPA Academy. Thank you for mentioning that, Dr. Maldonado. Congratulations, very proud of you. And yes, there's amazing things happening in our district. In addition to that, I also attended an event of the Apple Academy, the San Marcos Apple Academy this weekend, and heard some amazing student speakers talk about their journey. And it just makes me so proud to be part of this school district. So thank you very much. And I hope everyone is home safe. And here we go. Let's have a great meeting.
Board members, other board members I'm seeing here. Yeah, Mr. Banning.
I just had a great experience a couple of weeks ago, right after our last board meeting, of participating in Cleveland Reads. Had an opportunity to go and visit 2 third grade classrooms, and first of all, see a couple of people reading to the kids, and then I got to read a book for each of those 2 classes as well. And it was a great experience. I highly recommend it.
Ms. Munoz, Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. Just a couple things to update on. President Sims Moten and I got to attend the Black Student Union barbecue at Santa Barbara High School. It was an amazing event and delicious food. Got to have some really good conversations, and it was just an amazing event. They bussed in junior high students and all of the Black Student Union students at the high schools to Santa Barbara High, and it was just a good community to be in. Last week, got to meet with FLA with Dr. Maldonado to just talk about partnerships in the future and how we can best support. And then tomorrow, not in my role as a board member, but as a community member, but we will also have Dr. Maldonado on behalf of the school district talk about housing with League of Women Voters. They're having a forum on just how do we get more affordable housing. And we desperately need it for our teachers, our staff, and our larger workforce and our families. So hoping to contribute to that conversation tomorrow, and hope you all get to go. And I will also be at the film tomorrow. So looking forward to that. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, for setting that up.
Okay. Ms. Munoz.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I certainly also want to voice my appreciation for the school staff, for Dr. Maldonado and cabinet, and all that participation to prepare for the storm and keeping our students and staff, and parents safe. On a day like today, we can, we'll get through this. I'm glad that it was at least only today, because we have seen so many, the ground is so wet. We've had, I know here where I live, there's a lot of trees and so forth, and I was concerned about downtown and so many areas near all of our schools, and so forth. So I was glad to see, that one day was kind of a pause to keep everyone safe. I also want to express my appreciation to Kavya and Avital for bringing up, student concerns. That's what we're about. We want to make sure that we're doing what we can for our students, nutrition wise, mental health wise, and such. And certainly, restorative justice is one of my longtime passions. So I would love to have, a chance to have, maybe a juice break or a tea break or such with Avital and her group. I'm excited to hear about what they're doing. I do miss the performance, that we're having. But when things are better, we can get back to an in-person meeting. So thanks to all for hanging in there with us and attending our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll just conclude very quickly. I also enjoyed going to Cleveland and being a part of the read. I'm like, oh, do you want me to read more? No, Ms. Moten, we just need you to read 2 and move it on. It was so exciting to be there with the kindergartners. And I also would extend an invitation to, I also was out in Carpinteria for First 5 reading with 18-month-olds to 36-month-olds. Now that's an experience I think you all should experience. They give you about 5 minutes of their time. And so you really know how to be efficient and keep their attention. So I really appreciate those. And we might want to extend that as well, to extend our youngest ones to be able to interact with as well. Also, as Mr. Escobedo said, with regards to the Black Student Union in community with the folks, it was their first one. The students they're a little nervous and a little anxious about it, but it turned out really well. And we had really good conversations to hear what they're doing and what they hope to do with it and how they hope to expand on that. So really appreciated their efforts in putting that together and seeing how they're supporting across the 5 high schools. I wanted to make sure that all 5 were included in that, and making sure that we are reaching out across all the high schools to make sure we're included in those unions and in those gatherings. As well as I really appreciated just dipping into the community we really just see that just the interest there. The room was literally full there, and it was, I think it was a little rainy that day, but it was really full. And I just appreciate that their support, because strong community, strong schools. And so we just appreciate the partnership and looking forward to how that's going to take place. So thank you everyone for your comments. And looking forward to, again, working with Avatar as well. I'd love to attend the meeting and see what you're doing with that. And Kavya, again, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And so next we'll move on to our public, I'm looking at a public comment, looking a little different here. And Ms. Trujillo will be working with us as she's going to be looking at the screen and tell us what's coming up next.
Thank you, President Sims-Moton. This time we don't have anyone to speak on this item.
Okay. All right, here now I'm sure there's other speakers on other items. So we will move to E1, the acceptance of donations for March 14th, 2023. May I have a motion? I'm gonna need y'all to be expedient in this place too. So, okay, Ms. Munoz, motion by Ms. Munoz. Do I need a second? Do I hear a second?
I second.
Okay, Ms. Alvarez. And yes, because we're in the meeting, we want to remind ourselves to raise our hands and say aye. So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. There's your hand, Mr. Banning. Thank you. All right, motion passes. Thank you. Now we'll move to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items you'd like to pull? Okay, seeing no items needing to be pulled, may I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Mr. Escobedo motion, and do I hear a second?
I second.
Ms. Alvarez, second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 All in favor. Thank you so much for that, passing through that. Next, we're going to move to I'm going to close this meeting, the regular agenda meeting, to go to the public hearing for the second reading and sunshining of the California School Association proposal to reopen contract. Dr. Becchio, as you're coming forward, I just want to be mindful of us board members and the community. The board received many letters from teachers and such with regards to this item. I just want to be reminded that it's not appropriate for the board to be in direct discussion. We approved a lead negotiator, Mr. Becchio, and so those discussions need to come through there. So, but we acknowledge that you've sent the letters there and that we do read the letters, but we're not it would not be appropriate for us to have direct discussion. We want to maintain the integrity of that process. So, Dr. Becchio.
Well, thank you very much for that reminder. And also, this is a public hearing to sunshine the initial proposal that California School Employees Association has submitted to reopen contract negotiations with SB Unified. And the requirement is that there are opportunities for the public to review the proposals and to make any type of public comment. And this is the second opportunity for that. And later tonight, I'll ask for board approval on these items.
Okay. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay. Dr. Becchio,
All right,
G2, is that still part of the same hearing?
Excellent. And the next item is Santa Barbara Unified's initial proposal to negotiate reopener contract with CSEA. And this is, again, an opportunity for the public to make comment on this particular item before the board takes it up later in this meeting as an action item for approval.
Okay. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public requests to speak on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay. Board members, any questions or comments? Okay. All right. Hearing none, so I will close the public hearing and move us back into the regular session agenda. So that moves us to the action agenda, H1, approval of positive certification of second interim financial report for the fiscal year. Ms. Hernandez, yes.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board trustees, Dr. Maldonado, and everyone here online. And it's hopefully we don't have to do this too often. It's a little awkward for everybody. Tonight, board, you will be reviewing the second interim budget, and this will be the first time for a few of you to have, we'll just call it an opportunity to review our budget. Lacey Preston, the Director of Fiscal, and I think Lacey is on there, hopefully. And I will give you a significantly large budget package. Let's see, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. Anyway, the large budget package that includes all of our budgets in it. And we also attached a PDF so that everyone can take a look at it. It is a public document that is bound by ed code, board policies, accounting rules, and the like. So tonight, board members, you will be certifying with us that we have a positive certification. This means that we can pay our bills this year and the next 2 years, and that we're fiscally sound. Our budget is looked at closely by our leadership, our auditors, the county education office, and also the state. And tonight we'll touch on a few key points. But first, the place that we always start is with our students. And our mission statement. This is why we are all here, to ensure that our students have the resources that they need to succeed. We at Santa Barbara Unified make thoughtful and fiscally responsible decisions every single day. Money is allocated directly to our schools, to our departments, to our programs, and all of it is built into this big, large budget that you all had a copy of that includes all of that. But we must first think about our students. And when our students have significant needs or those needs grow, our budget must be flexible enough to adapt to those needs so that the students, all of our students, have what they need, when they need it, by who is the best prepared to give them those needs so that they can be prepared for the world yet to be created. Next slide, please. So this is the budget timeline. This is the times of which you review our budget. We are in the teal section down there. We're at the second interim, and this is the projected budget for this current year. So what we do is we look at the bills paid through January, and that is our snapshot in time, is which, right at the end of January is what we know to date. And then we are still estimating for the rest of the year. So we're really estimating for half of the school year at this time. And things can change, as we know. For example, in the month of February, we had a bill come in that really we did not expect. And this is having to do with our natural gas. You at home and here in my home, we all know that our natural gas prices have really gone up, and we received a bill for one of our school sites, a high school, that was $63,000 for the month of February. We were not expecting those high costs. So as we estimated in January for the rest of the year, we're now realizing we have to adjust a little bit higher for our natural gas costs. At the end of last year, we had paid $500,000 for our gas prices, and we're looking at $1.2 million this year, just so you know that that's the kind of increases that we have. So we have to adjust. So the whole point of that is to say, we know where we were at the end of January, and we will continue adjusting and acknowledging that we have to be flexible in our budget a little bit. And then once we get to the end of the year, we know what our actual bills are. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to look at really is just what has changed from first interim, the last time that you saw our budget, and what those updates are. We have had some updates in funding due to the governor's budget that came out in January. And in that budget, the governor was signaling to us that we will probably have a reduction in our arts, music, and instruction grant. We have received half of that funding already. The whole entire grant was over $7 million, and we have received $3.4 million. We were expecting to receive another $3.4 million in May. So if things happen the way that the governor's budget said, we would not receive those additional $3.4 million. So we are adjusting our budget for that, just in case that truly is what's going to happen. But one thing we are adding to our budget is the Learning Recovery Grant. When we presented at first interim, we told you that we expected to receive this grant. It's $15 million. And so far we have received half of it. So we went ahead and put half into our budget. We are still looking at ways that we can use that money. So now updates in our expenditures. We have requirements to increase their LCAP budget for students with needs. I will talk a lot about that in a little minute here. We have mentioned already the increase in the cost of natural gas. It's obviously astounded me, which I'm saying it twice. And then the payment of a one-time stipend that we did this year. As you will remember, we gave a stipend of $2,500. Part of it was for going towards salaries, and the other part was going towards medical costs for our employees. And the last part is our CalPADS update. Our unduplicated pupil count remains high. And now I'm going to explain what all that means. Okay, next slide, please. When we talk about unduplicated pupils, this is what we're saying. Our unduplicated pupils are our foster youth, our homeless, our socioeconomic disadvantaged students, our emergent multilingual students, and our special education students. And so these students come to us already with before they walk through our doors, they already have challenges. And so we need to help those students and support them the best ways that we can. Currently these students for us are higher than they have ever been. Next slide, please. So you can go through the big budget and see all the fine details, but we're just going to talk about some parts of it tonight so that you can have a good understanding of what's in it. We're going to look at how a community funded district actually uses an LCFF calculator, and I'll talk a little bit about that. LCFF means local control funding formula, and the calculator that we're going to talk about is created by FCMAT, and all school districts use it, and we do as well, but it's just a starting place for us. We're going to look at our multi-year projection, including our reserves. We're going to talk about how we have negotiated salary and benefit increases already in the budget. And we're going to look at our capital. Next slide, please. So this is the start of the LCFF calculator is a lot of pages and a lot of spreadsheets. And the part that a community funded district like us, what we use it for is the part that's boxed there in red. If you can click on that, it'll pop up a little bit bigger so we can see it a little better. Here it comes. Thank you. So this is the supplemental and the concentration grant, that the monies that come in for our unduplicated students. I'll talk to you in just a second about our unduplicated students and why we would need extra, why there is money that is in our budget for these students. So we've heard a lot about how the pandemic really hurt the families that are low-income families, and much more than maybe say the higher income families. And we are seeing this in our school districts. Our students, our unduplicated count students have really increased. Prior to the pandemic, in 2019, we had a few schools that were already rated Title I schools. And what this means is if you're a Title I school, that means that 40% or more of your population of your students are considered low-income students. And we used to use the free and reduced meal count, which is kind of going by the wayside because we're feeding all kids. But so those students that qualify for that, the low-income students, prior to the pandemic in 2019, we had a few schools that qualified for that. After the pandemic and during the pandemic, every single one of our schools is a Title I school now, every single one. We are a Title I school district. All of our schools have have that threshold. We've blown right through it. We have 7 schools that are more than 80% of low-income students in our populations. And another thing that is just amazing to me is that here in Santa Barbara, one of the richest areas in the world, we have 1,000 students at Santa Barbara Unified who are homeless. And it just, sorry, chokes me up a little bit when I think about what our students have to deal with just before they come through our doors. So we have this money in the LCFF calculator that equals 18 million. And that tells us that 18 million has been generated within that calculator for those students. And so therefore we allocate that much money in our LCAP for those kids. Okay, next slide, please. So, but what we need to think about is when we're a community funded district, that is a little bit different than an LCFF funded district, is when we have increases in those students, we don't get extra money for it. LCFF districts, local control funding formula districts, they do. They get more money for those students who need the extra help. And we don't. We need to pay for the needs for these students from our fixed pool of property tax funds. We don't receive additional funding when our unduplicated pupil count increases. And our unduplicated pupil count is about 1,000 higher than it was prior to the pandemic. And we seem to be staying at that level. Next slide, please. So this budget is for the current year that we're in, 22-23, and it also projects out for the next 2 years. The multi-years are included in this budget. So I just wanted to tell you what some of the assumptions are that we put in for the multi-years. We still have for next year, we're still in that 3-year guaranteed salary contract that we have. Is for next year, there's going to be a 2% increase. Also included in the budget is a 1.5% for step and column increases. That's something that we don't really always talk about that much, but we do every single year. Everybody steps up and there's an increase there on those step and columns. Included in the budget also is a 70% increase for healthcare premiums that is paid by the district. That was part of the contract that we negotiated. So every year our premiums are going up. They have been, I don't know, maybe forever, but right now they're really going up significantly. And when they do, the district pays 70% of those premiums for our employees. We have PERS increases in there as well. In the budget, we have a return to the contracted class sizes in 23-24. But I'm just going to say that that's currently being negotiated, and I won't talk much more about that. We have increases in transportation costs, increases for property and liability insurance, which kind of like healthcare, just kind of always seems to go up every year. And then in order to move to the multi-years, we remove the one-time funds that will be expended. Next slide, please. We do have some fiscal risk factors that may affect our budget. I'm going to just mention natural gas again, because obviously that part just blew my mind. So the increases for utilities that have been going up, those are risk factors. They could, if they continue to increase. The chance for a recession. What we are hearing from capital advisors and other economic advisors is that we're not really seeing a recession coming immediately or anytime soon. So hopefully that is a factor that just won't happen, but it is there. Inflation. We have all been feeling those inflation, but the good news is that it does seem to be moving in the right direction. The high last year was 9%, and we're now down to more like 6%. So it's moving happily in the right direction. COVID, that seems to be the monster that always just keeps popping out at us when we least expect it. So if we have any COVID issues in the future, that could be a factor. which also could factor into any leave of absences that could potentially happen. So those are just some factors that we are aware of. Next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to just explain what is in our budget regarding the salary increases, the contract that we negotiated. It's a total of 8% guaranteed salary increases over 3 years. So we did just kind of a little simple sort of example. So in 1920, let's say you were making $75,000. And then in the next year, you had a 3.5% increase, and then a 2.5% increase the next year, and a 2% increase the year after. It's compounded year after year. So then the total would be, you'd be making $81,156.93. On top of that, we, as a district, I've already mentioned, we've paid for the cost of healthcare increases. We paid 70% of those increases, which meant that the employees did not have to pay those increases. They only had to pay the other 30%. So, and then we also provided a one-time stipend of $750 in 21-22, and another one-time stipend in 2,500 in 22-23. So, and I really, the stipend part of it has been really great because instead of giving a percentage increase, a $2,500 stipend for an employee who is on the lower end of the salary scales, that could be up to 10% increase for that person. So it's been really, it's been a very equitable way of being able to get extra money to the employees. And this was something that the board approved, and the board did as one-time costs outside of any negotiation. So it was really a really amazing and helpful thing to do. The cost for salary and healthcare increases, all told, with this over the 3 years, stipends included, the cost to the district has been $27.1 million. Next slide, please. So hopefully, is Lacey on here?
Yes, I am here.
I'm going to toss it over to Lacey. She's going to take the next slides. Lacey, for those of you, if you have never met her, she's amazing, and she is the director of fiscal.
Thank you. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about the multi-year projection. Kim went over the assumptions. Those are built into our revenue for the current year and the projected 2 years, and also in our expenditures. I'm going to talk about how those assumptions affect our reserves. So if you take a look at row 13, that's our net income and loss. So what that is that's our total revenue minus our total expenditures. So you can see for the current year and the projected next 2 years, our expenditures are exceeding our revenue. So that means that we have a loss, or sometimes we refer to that as a deficit. Opposed to if our revenue was greater than our expenditures, then we would have net income or we would have a surplus. So that deficit, since that's a negative, that is taken away from our beginning fund balance, which is in row 2. So we have our beginning fund balance. We are overspending our revenue. So that is going to reduce our total ending balance. So for the current year, we are going from 37 million, and we are projecting to drop down to about 30 million. So again, I just want to remind everybody, these are just our projections based on our assumptions. So as you can see, over the next 3 years, as we continue to deficit spend, we will be dropping down to a total ending balance of 15 million. So that ending balance is then broken out into 2 different areas, which we refer to as restricted and unrestricted. So the restricted side is funds that we receive for specific programs and grants, and they have guidelines that we have to follow, and those balances live within those programs and those grants. In the unrestricted, ending balance. That also includes any carryover that we have for LCAP, the supplemental grant and the concentration grant. So if we go down a little bit further, we're going to look at our reserve percentage. So the reserve percentage does not include the restricted balance. That is just the unrestricted ending balance that calculates that percentage. So in the general fund, which is just our fund one, we are going to have ending reserve percentage of 7.88%. And if we add in our savings account, which we call our special reserve fund 17, then that percentage then jumps up to 13.63%. Currently, the board policy is to have at least 10% in reserve. So you can see that we meet that for the current year and then the next 2 years. And now we'll go on to the next slide. I think we need to go back to the slides.
Lacey, before she pulls that up, I think one of the parts that I forgot to mention is that when we have an increase in our unduplicated pupil count students, then we have to increase our LCAP funding, which is all part of our general fund. But what we need to do then is reduce our normal education operating expenses in our general fund and increase our LCAP funds in order to provide service to those students and to meet our goals.
Okay, so let's go down to the next slide, which is cash flows. Thank you. So here's the updated cash flow for the year. So July through January now represents what has actually happened this year. February through June is projected based on this budget report. So we have the pink line, and this represents the cash that the district receives. As you can see, we receive the majority of our cash, via property taxes in December and April. And then the cash disbursement line, which is the green line, that's the opposite of the property taxes of our receipts, because we get let me start over. Okay. The cash disbursements is the green line, and that is the payments that we make to our employees and our vendors throughout the year. And you can see those payments are pretty steady as opposed to our cash, which goes up in December and then drops back down and then goes up in April and then drops back down. All this leads to the district's actual cash balances, which are those blue columns. The chart shows that our lowest cash balances were in September and October, before we received the first round of property tax payments. With our increase in reserves and the one-time funds that we have been receiving from the state and federal government, the district has been able to support itself in between those property tax payments, and we did not have to borrow any money in 22-23. And we are also projecting to end the year with a healthy cash balance to start off the next school year. And with that, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, this is our pie chart. It only includes the unrestricted expenditures in the general fund. As you can see, our main priority is salary and benefits. That's the biggest piece of the pie, and that is coming in at 80%. The next biggest piece of the pie is our service and operating expenditures. This is where we budget for utilities, transportation, internet, telephone, mental health services, additional custodial services, and other maintenance services like elevator maintenance, fire extinguisher maintenance, and pest control. So there's a lot that goes into that services and operating to keep the school district going. The next piece of the pie is our books and supplies. And within that, that's where we budget for our technology platforms, as well as paper and cleaning supplies and gasoline for all the district, school district vehicles. The final piece of the pie, which is that little teeny sliver, that is around 1.9 million, and that consists of the larger equipment that we are budgeting to purchase, payments for equipment leases, and indirect costs. And we will go to the next slide. So Kim kind of mentioned some of these items earlier, but we just wanted to show it all to you on one page. These are funds that may or may not be coming soon. We have already received half of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, and we're expecting to receive the second half of that this spring. And then we have the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. And again, we've received the first half, and then the governor saying we may not get the second half. So we have not included that in the budget. And that's why you see that 0. And if that changes, then we will be adding it into the budget. We are also expecting to receive funding for home to school transportation, and there will be a presentation on that later this evening. And then finally, we have the Proposition 28 spending on arts, which the voters passed on November 8th. We are estimating $2 million for that. We have not received any funds, and we are still waiting to hear a lot about when we will receive those funds and any restrictions around those funds. We're still waiting to hear about that from the state. So that's coming soon. And then that'll take us to our final slide, which concludes our presentation. And we can turn it over to see if there are any public comments and then open it up to the board for questions.
Thank you, Lacey and Kim. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions? I'm looking for the little raised hands. Ms. Alvarez?
There, I was looking for my unmute button. First of all, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you, Ms. Preston. Excellent presentation. I have to say, every presentation gets better and better. So thank you very much for all your work. And thank you to your other team members who are behind the scenes as well. I do have a couple of questions, and I don't know if you can bring up the slides again. But if you can, that would be really helpful. On page number 1 of your booklet, the introduction, it says that we have a general fund unrestricted operating deficit of $7.1 million. And Lacey explained that a little bit. I'd like to hear your thoughts more about the sustainability of us having a deficit spending year after year. I mean, should we be worried? What's your take on that? You're muted.
I can start and you can jump in too, Lacey, if you have any other thoughts on it. We do know that we always, that it is estimated at this point, and we'll know further as we get further along. At this point in time, we are still including in our budget some of the things that we don't know if they're going to be real or not. We have some vacancies that may be filled, and those kinds of things that could be happening. So we're very hopeful that we're being conservative at this point, and that maybe that deficit won't be as high as we're showing currently. And we also do know that we are carrying over some revenue from over a couple years that could be filtering into some of that deficit spending, because we're not, we're spending more in one year than the other, because we do have some of those, the block grants and the ESSERs and those kinds of things that are still continuing on. So some of that could be just that we're carrying over monies and then burning through them faster or slower in a particular year. Lacey, do you want to add anything to that?
No, just concur with it's, we're still being very conservative at this point. We still have budgeted everything for that the sites and departments have requested. And then, we'll just see at the end of the year if they have spent all the money that they had planned to, or if anything will not come to fruition, and then that'll be then falling to ending fund balance.
And we're all feeling the increases, the district, as well as you mentioned, in utilities and other high costs. Have you had to make any budget adjustments that you want to highlight besides the gas as a result of this increases? I mean, I see here on page 6 that we have classified salaries are a little bit of an increase, and certificated salaries are also an increase. And then I see books and supplies, an increase of $1.8 million from first to second interim.
Mm-hmm.
And then in service and operating expenses, an increase of $1 million. So I'm wondering if you can just maybe highlight a couple of things that you had to make that increase. Is it because of raising costs? Is it because of additional services?
It's probably all of the above. We know that we have had increases in costs, not only in utilities, but also in the cost for food. Our food costs have gone up considerably. We've had, anytime that we have had staff who have been out and we've had to use temporary services. We've had some people who have been out on leave, and then we have the double cost of somebody on leave and also paying temporary service. It's just kind of across the board. We have things that we know about that are higher right now than we estimated at first interim. I don't know, Lacey, do you have anything you want to add? I'm going to read through our notes real quick and see if there's anything more.
I know that we've purchased a couple software platforms that we didn't originally have in the budget at adopted budget or at first interim. Those training platforms mostly around safety and the anti-bias trainings. We also increased the budget for the awards, BP and AAR that the board approved, not to exceed $60,000. So that got added to the budget since first interim. And then as we had to increase our contribution to or allocation to the supplemental and concentration grant, we have to also then increase what we think we will be spending those funds on. At the moment, that's all sitting in supplies. So that's why you see that really big jump in the supplies.
Well,
Right. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, thank you. That makes sense. And I mean, it's extremely helpful that we have the revenue to accommodate those increases. Mm-hmm. If we didn't have the revenue to accommodate those increases, then of course it would be a big issue. I recall, I think in 2021, if my memory serves me well, that your predecessor was bringing to us approval for a TRAN, because we didn't have enough money for cash flow. Mm-hmm. And this is the importance of reserves, of having reserves, so that these reserves carry us during those dry months, as you showed in your cash flow chart. That was an excellent chart. I'm so glad you showed that. And I was doing a little bit of calculation here, so please correct me. I just took in page 15 in your unrestricted multi-year projections for 22-23, your projections are 173,460,654. And I said, okay, if you divide that by 12, that's about 14.4 million a month. Mm-hmm. And our reserves are saying, okay, we might end the year with 32. So that's 2 months.
2 months.
Then the following 27, so it's going down. Our reserves are, to me, are so important to keep us healthy, And so that we can sustain any unexpected expenditures, any unexpected drops in revenue, and of course, save us money so that we don't have to do a trend. What is your projection as far as us staying in as community funded status, or do you think we'll be bouncing back to LCFF?
I don't think we're going to be bouncing back. I did a little work here as well. So when we look at the LCFF calculator, it will tell us down at the bottom how close we are to community funded and or LCFF. We have in past years bounced out and then bounced back in. Currently for this school year, 22-23, we are about $5.7 million into community funded. So it's that splash over the glass that we talk about that is over what we would receive with LCFF funding. Next year, it's closer because next year, if the governor's budget proves to be consistent and that the COLA is 8.13%, it may actually go down from there because as we have seen, inflationary costs are going down. So maybe a little bit less than 8.13%, but let's say that it is. And we budgeted that for us, we're only $2.6 million into community funded if that's the case. Because every time LCFF grows, the part where we're over the glass shrinks. So next year for 23-24, it would be only 2.6 million. But for 24-25, the estimate for COLA for LCFF districts is much, much smaller. It's 3.54%. So when that happens, we're back to 10 million back into community funded. And the year after that is only supposed to be 3-something% too. So then we're back to like 17.6 million into community funded. So it's next year where we get close because the LCFF grows. So we're just a little bit over by then.
Great. Thank you for doing that exercise. That was one of my big wonderings, being that the planning COLA for the governor's budget is 8.1 for next year, and then it goes into the 3s for the 3 out years. So I'm happy to hear that you've done that calculation. I feel better now. So thank you. Thank you very much. And I will stop there to give my fellow board members a chance to ask questions. Thank you for all your work. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Other questions, board members? Any additional comments and questions? Okay, I just have one, just adding on to Board Adams. I just want to make sure the public understands what TRAN mean, us in that thing. So we want to make sure we explain that. Kim, can you just do a little bit of what that means?
Yes, Lacey's better than I am, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
TRAN is when you need to go out and borrow money in order to make payroll. That's pretty much what it means. It's when the very most important thing in a school district that keeps them solvent is just to make sure that they can make payroll month after month. So anytime that you look like you are not going to have enough money to do that, you have to borrow money. And that's what the TRAN is for. I don't even remember what it stands for. Do you, Lacey, off the top of your head?
It's tax revenue anticipation note.
There you go.
Okay. All right. So we just want to make sure everybody's on the same page, what that means relative to the fiscal part, right? And then I just had a question on, the fact that we do have the healthy reserve in terms of such as to be able to, with regards to the governor's budget, where we anticipated this and we're only anticipating getting half. So that's another reason so we can sustain the services that we were budgeting to expand and to support. So it's another piece in terms of having that, keeping it healthy to be able to withstand those, as Ms. Alvarez has said, about those dry moments or those unanticipated governor, take back moments.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, so is he actually reducing it or taking it away? Is there a reduction or taking it away?
Well, we haven't received it, so they're not taking it back, but they have allocated it. And so they may reduce that allocation.
So they may reduce the
allocation. We've received half of it. So we don't anticipate them taking that back.
Right. But the other half, based on that, it could be reduced or couldn't be not at all, right? Or
it could be zero. That's what the word on the street is. but I also have this very, very optimistic feeling that it's going to be very difficult for them to take that, to kind of back up that train when it's already running down the tracks. So we'll see. I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
I was going to put my CSBA regional rep hat on and go advocate for that, making sure that we do that. So anytime that that's happening, please let us know that, how we can support those issues that we're depending on and not expecting them to be taken away just because. So hearing no additional comments being made, I do need a motion to approve the positive certification of the second interim. May I have a motion?
I move that we accept the second interim as presented. And thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you, Ms. Preston.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Banning. So it's been motioned by Ms. Alvarez and seconded by Mr. Banning. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much. I think the next item is yours as well, Ms. Hernandez, approval of the Transportation Plan 2022-23.
All right. You're going to get tired of me before this night is over, I think. Let's see. So wait for them to pull up our presentation.
Okay.
I want to say thank you to the staff who is working so hard tonight to keep us rolling on Zoom. My heart goes out to you. Okay, transportation plan. This is something that is brand new, and the board will need to approve it tonight, but it is not something that we need to actually submit. It's just something that all school districts are required to do and to get approval for and to hang on to, and our auditors will take a look just to make sure that it has been completed, and everybody has to complete it by April 1st. So next slide, please. So this is a brand new state requirement, even though for us, it doesn't change anything. So it's one of those. The state is requiring that all school districts have this approved plan. Santa Barbara Unified is not changing transportation routes. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that. And the plan includes our transportation policies and our routes that we already have established. It's just a requirement that we have to now do. Next slide, please. So one of the things that the plan wants to make sure is that we are prioritizing the grades TK through 6, the younger grades, that we're prioritizing them, and that we are prioritizing our unduplicated account students, which you now know who those are, including our special ed students. So, and we already do that. I just want to really toot our own horn because we've been doing this all along. So for us, we provide transportation to students who are at Adams, Monroe, Washington, and Roosevelt. And there are no costs to the students who ride these yellow buses. And we use Student Transportation of America to provide that. The reason that we have these 4 schools is because they all live, it would be very dangerous for students to have to walk to school or ride to school going to these schools because they are very close to very busy streets, highways. They'd have to cross kind of dangerous areas to get to school. So we transport them. Next slide, please. So for grades 7 through 12, we don't provide yellow buses, but what we do is we work with Metropolitan Transit District, the MTD, and they provide services to our junior highs and our senior highs. And this is mostly just to keep the student crowds from overwhelming the capacity of regular transit. So there are extra routes that they have provided for us for the schools listed here. And what we do is this: we purchase, Santa Barbara Unified purchase bus passes from MTD for the students to purchase at their home sites. So a student at La Colina Junior High could go to the office and purchase their tickets from the La Colina Junior High. But, and the next slide, please, next slide. But we provide free bus passes to our unduplicated account students. Again, these are our students who need our extra support. And so we do not charge anything for students grades 7 through 12 who take the MTD, who are the low-income students who are eligible for free or reduced meals, our emergent multilingual students, our foster youth, and our homeless. The student needs to meet only one of these criteria to be eligible for free passes. And so they would just go to their school site, go to the office, and just get a free MTD bus pass. And I think they're usually good for 10 rides. Okay, next slide, please. And for special education transportation, any student who has an individualized education program, which is what we usually shorten to IEP, or a Section 504 accommodation plan, they will be provided transportation at no cost to the student. So Santa Barbara Unified contracts with the Student Transportation of America. These are the yellow buses to provide busing to these students. I just want to take a second to remind you what it was like last year when we did not have bus drivers, when our bus drivers were, we did not have enough to cover. We had several individuals, our own staff members, who were driving students. We rented vans and we provided transportation that way to many of our students. And also our parents assisted, even those who had plans and IEPs assisted with driving their own students to school. So it was a very wonderful community effort to make sure kids got to school. Next slide, please. Funding. So one of the things that we have been told is that the state of California will reimburse 60% of the transportation costs. I'm still not sure if that includes community funded districts, to tell you the truth, because part of the LCFF block grant is aligned for home to school transportation. But we still have to do this plan. And so we are doing what we're supposed to do. And for us, if we get extra money, the reimbursement would be $890,000. And this plan includes both this year and next year. And it is just an estimate, but that's what we're estimating. And that's pretty much it, I think, for our plan. Go to the next slide, because I think that's it. Next slide, please. Done. Okay, so that's our plan. And you need to approve it tonight. But again, it doesn't go anywhere, and it's just something that we keep in-house for our auditors.
Okay, awesome. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comment requests on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Board members, questions or comments? Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. I sent this question in before. I'm wondering, it's really frustrating to have a requirement that doesn't really have anything. But for a transportation plan, if we approve it tonight, and let's say we decide to add another route, we can make a change to that transportation plan at any time. Is that correct?
Yes, we can. It's just a plan. We could change it.
One of the things that I did want to mention, I know that we've heard from schools that are kind of on the edges of our district about some issues with bus routes and being late, and also only one bus route for certain schools, so that students don't necessarily have accessible access to after-school programming. And one thing I would like to encourage us to do is look at providing, if we can't work it out with MTD, providing additional bus routes for those particular schools. Dos Pueblos is one. There may be other schools that are having similar issues, but I would definitely like us to make sure that after-school programming is as accessible for folks, and that students are also getting to school on time, so that they're not missing really important instruction in class, and they're not having to get into class and they're frazzled and it takes them a little bit to get settled. So I just wanted to air that interest of mine.
Kim, if I can just let Mr. Escobedo know, Steve is on the call and he is working with MTD and our school principals on some solutions. We can bring those to a later meeting.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, board members? Thank you, Kim. I just had one question. So the estimated, whether we get it or not, is that an annual estimation? So $890 each year? So okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. Hearing no additional comments or questions, Mr. Escobedo, did you? Okay, you had one.
Yeah, one more question. how do we figure out if community funded districts are, I think that this is like a reoccurring issue where the state generates possible income streams, and they're never really clear for community funded districts. With other funds similar to this, how do we find out? Is it kind of through implementation or?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty much through implementation. For example, we knew that we were going to have to do a plan, but we didn't even know what it was going to look like until about a month ago, and they're due April 1. So it's one of the state, I believe, is still trying to figure it out themselves. So we will know. They'll let us know how it will be implemented and any changes to the plan that they need for us to do going forward and those kinds of things. I'm really glad that we did the plan because it's nice to have all of the pieces in one place where people can go and click on and go see where the routes are and those kinds of things and kind of have an understanding of the process. So I'm happy we did it. And we'll hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll get some money for it.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just add that I think this is one of those opportunities as well with our newly formed legislative committee. As things are coming down, we can discuss them and get ahead of them or advocate for something different, such as, well, what is it happening with LCFF as its community district? So I think this is that good opportunity to use that as legislation is coming down and we get a chance to discuss that and get ahead of that. So with that, I need a motion for approval.
So moved.
Mr. Vito, and I see you, Ms. Munoz for the second. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. All right, so our next one moved to H3, approval of opening of the 30-day window on March 15th for public inspection of proposed and recommended ELA, English Language Arts instructional materials for 23-24.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Maldonado and community. I'm here to request your approval for the opening of the 30-day window for our elementary ELA curriculum, but I do have a presentation for us today, and I'm very proud to share some of the work that we have engaged in so far. Next slide, please. You may have seen this multiple times, but I do want to remind us about the work and that the multi-tiered system of support is the lens in which we focus our work. Our students, as you see, teachers and standards and content are at the heart of the work, and it's supported by the climate and culture that we create through equity and accountability. This adoption is a direct response to our student needs, our district initiatives of equity, culture, and climate and early literacy with a focus on emergent multilingual learners. Next slide. Just to give you some background information about what has happened during the 21-22 school year, multiple early literacy task force meetings were held, as well as a lot of other work through the Educational Services Department. But I'll speak a little bit more about what we have done this school year. We have gathered input from the following groups: Literacy Task Force, that includes staff, parents, and community members, the elementary PLCs at each school, and PLCs are the professional learning communities, and that at each of our campuses regarding curriculum materials. We also have engaged our elementary language and literacy coaches, which we have at each of our elementary campuses, our instructional support specialists at the elementary level, and our elementary principals. We identified ways for all staff to contribute, and we use data to guide our decisions to move forward with the ELA K-6 curriculum adoption. Next slide. Just to give you a little bit more context and background about the instructional materials in our timeline, the last curriculum adoption was in 2007. And during this time, since then, of course, we have had other instructional materials. While not going through a formal adoption process, the units of study and reading, writing, and phonics have been our curriculum for several years now. Other work has been done as well, including professional learning, as we seek to fill the identified shortcomings and gaps in our curriculum so that we can meet the needs of our students. As we looked at the data, we acknowledged that other students, that our student performance is not the result of curriculum alone, but there are many factors that have contributed to these outcomes. Nevertheless, student data and outcomes is part of the reflection of the quality and implementation of our instructional materials. Next slide. Here's some data that I would like to share with the board that we have seen in previous presentations this school year, but this is a multi-year data. These are CASP results over the last 3 years for our 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. As you can see in this data, there hasn't been any significant improvements over the past few years. And over 50% of our 3rd through 6th grade students are not meeting or nearly meeting standards on state assessments based on the results from last 3 years in the most recent 21-22. These are CASP results for ELA. Next slide. So based on data, as well as the sources of input that informed our process and some of the decisions that we have made so far include student data and outcomes, teacher input from PLCs, our literacy task force, our principals, literacy coaches, and ISS team. Next slide, please. You may be wondering, so how do you start looking at curriculum that best fits the needs of our students? And before we started looking at curricula, we gathered a little bit more information. One of those groups that was very important to our process has been the literacy task force. As mentioned earlier, we did have a recent meeting this week. And the purpose of this task force was to provide recommendations regarding the next steps that we will take in the area of literacy, curriculum instruction, and professional learning to help with the adoption. Who was involved? Our teachers, principals, community members, family members, and caregivers. And we've had a total of 3 meetings this school year so far. Next slide. To share with you a little bit about our PLC visits at each school site. An ELA instructional support specialist and language and literacy coaches visited PLCs during the month of October and November. The conversations were around how is reading instruction going, writing, phonics, what's working well, what are some of those successes that you have experienced, what is not working with our curriculum and what we have available, the challenges you are experiencing as a teacher in your classroom, what do you need? What other thoughts do you have about reading, writing, phonics, instruction, and what else would you like to share? So those were some of the questions that we asked. Next slide. And these were some of the consistent and inconsistent results or comments from our teachers. K-3 teachers want systematic, explicit foundational skills program. A consistent common response was too many different resources are being used across the district at different schools. Gaps were identified in current instructional materials. Professional learning is needed. The inconsistent responses were that some interest in new comprehensive reading and writing curriculum, some desire to continue using units of study, some express success with writing units of study, others express writing units of study as not meeting students' needs. So those were the inconsistent pieces. Next slide. So when we started looking at the curriculum, these were 5 of the curriculum we looked at. When curriculum were being considered for review, we looked at structured literacy programs. We turned to trusted organizations, including Ed Reports and Students Achievement Partners, who review programs and provide ratings and recommendations for school districts and schools looking to adopt. We looked at what other successful districts are using as well. And when we did that, these were the five different curricula that we ran into. Amplify CKLA, Being a Reader Writer, Bookworms, EL Education, Wit and Wisdom, which includes foundations and geodes. Next slide. And so we arrived, sorry about that. The initial review of the 5 curricula, we had a team that looked at those 5 curricula so that we can narrow it down to a smaller number so that we could field test in our schools. And our initial review team included our instructional support specialists of ELA, Dr. Price, Trisha Polstra, our EML instructional support specialist, 2 literacy coaches, Sandy Robertson, Amy Gates, and myself. And we met from January 12th through the 23rd, almost daily, all day long, approximately 8 to 10 hours during that time. And the goal was to review the 5 sets of high quality instructional materials through common lenses and to narrow the choices down from 2 to 3 for the adoption committee to review more in depth. Next slide. These were the non-negotiables and the alignment criteria that we used as a team, not only for the initial group, but also with the teachers that were selected to be part of the curriculum adoption. High quality texts, evidence-based, building knowledge through reading, writing, listening, and speaking, which supports the emergent multilingual learners, materials that help develop foundational skills, access to standards for all students, language and content learning that is interconnected, scaffolding, and entry points are responsive to our emergent multilingual learners. EMLs are positioned as active and reflective participants. The assets and strengths of our EMLs are resources for teaching and learning, and assessments inform the teaching of content, language, and learning. Next slide. After engaging in this process, we were able to narrow it down to 2 programs, which are Wit and Wisdom and Amplify CKLA. These are the 2 curriculums that we brought to the adoption committee for further review. But both of these were determined to meet the non-negotiables outlined by our evaluation tools. Next slide. You may be wondering, how did we select the teachers who are on this committee? We have over 25 teachers, as well as other administrators and district members part of this curriculum, but mainly the team is based on teachers. But each principal recommended 1 teacher per grade level at their site. Other educators included those who support and work directly with our emergent multilingual learners, special education students, and our MTSS staff members. Every school and every grade level is represented, our 9 elementaries, language and literacy coaches at each of the sites. All principals have been part of this process as well. Next slide. Communication process, that is very important in order for us to move forward, to support what we're doing. We need to ensure that there's communication throughout our district and in our community about what we are doing. Principals have been communicating at their sites with their staff. Multiple messages through the superintendent's note to staff has been completed. Literacy task force, communication with the community, and informational staff meetings about the curriculum adoption has been held at the sites and also 1 at the district level. Presentations to staff at each of the sites, conversations and feedback from the SBTA Teachers Association. We have been also in communication about the process to ensure that we receive feedback from the association as well. The summary to principals after each meeting has been held. All principals will be hosting as well. This is something new, that we are hosting an informational meeting at every single one of our sites by the principals about the curriculum adoption, and we will be providing input and requesting input from our parents in our community regarding the curriculum adoption and presentation. Next slide. So this is the timeline. Back in November, we started with developing the district lens, which I shared with you about the non-negotiables in our vision. In December, we started the investigation and integration and alignment of the curriculum and looking at those 5 curricula. Back in January into March, we're reviewing the program components and field testing. Currently, our teachers are still field testing. Next week will be our last week of the field tests, which was a total of 6 weeks. We are looking to have the committee make a recommendation to the board and on April 24th, and then we plan on bringing this recommendation to the board on May 9th. Some current next steps, like I said, I shared 5 committee meetings by April for the curriculum adoption committee. The field testing ends on March 24th. March 1st, we had a field test midpoint check-in with teachers. March 18th, we had a request. We are requesting today, actually is the 14th, a request for the 30-day window to open so that our community can provide feedback and look at materials. April 7th is we would like to debrief and make a recommendation, and then May 9th is bring that recommendation to the board. Next slide. The goals that we are covering during this process is our LCAP Goal 1, preparing students in providing meaningful and engaging individualized instruction. LCAP 3 is building capacity to improve student equity, engagement, and outcomes. And also it covers our district initiative of universal access and academic gap. Next slide. Lastly, materials will be available for public once approved by the board, will be available for the public to view at the district office and online. Feedback from the community members can be provided online as well or on paper at each of our sites and district office. The community information sessions will be available at each elementary school site now and until May 8th, presented by the elementary principals. District hosted a staff informational session to teachers on February 15th for more information. And if needed, one more will be provided for more information. And also district hosted the literacy task force session about the curriculum on March 9th. And I believe that's the last slide. Can you check one more? Thank you. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Yes, is there any public comment on this, Ms. Trujillo?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board members, or comments? I'm looking for Ms. Alvarado. Ms. Alvarez. See ya.
We're right next to each other. So.
Yeah, I see you
on your screen. Well, first of all, thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you to Dr. Price for her leadership. And I can't name everyone whom I met at the Literacy Task Force last week, Dr. Monroe, of course, and all the teachers who came together in this process. I'm very, very happy to see how inclusive it was, how thoughtful it was. And also at the Literacy Task Force, there were also some principals there, which I'm sure I missed. Since I missed the other meetings, I'm sure there were other principals there as well. So what I see is that it was very inclusive, very planned, very intentional, and based on our population, our student needs, and that makes me very hopeful. I think you can hear it in my voice how excited I am that we're in this place tonight, that we're moving forward. Back in the, I think, late 90s, early 2000s, we were using Open Court, and you say that there was another. So I'm very happy, to say the least, that we are moving a step in the right direction, and that we're taking into consideration our students' needs, that we're acknowledging our areas of growth. We're saying, yes, our students, we need to do better for our students, and this is what we are doing. So thank you for doing that. One question I do have, and maybe you probably covered that, and I'm sorry if I missed it. How are we going to know that we're making progress? What's our goal with this new program and this investment that most likely will be made?
Yes, definitely. Before I answer your question, if I may just acknowledge Dr. Price that you just mentioned, also Trisha Polstra, Amy Gates, and Sandy as well, who were part of this process and have spent a significant amount of time, as well as the committee members from every school. I know that I have a short time to present, but I wish I could name every single one. But we do have a presentation number 2 where we are going to explain a little bit more about the work that they have been doing. This is part 1 of the adoption process, because there's a significant amount of work that it would take a very long time to explain a lot more that is happening. But how are we going to measure? We plan on having a 3-year professional learning plan for this adoption, because one of the things we have learned, our historical knowledge shows that we have not stuck to or have done, that we can do a better job at professional learning and having a well thought out plan, and that it's something that we know it's going to continue year after year for the next 3 years at least. And we will be using learning walks from administration, learning walks from the district office, our elementary team. We will also be using data to guide our decisions and to follow up on areas of need as well. You will see it on the STAR results. You will see it on the CASP results. So state, district, and site assessments that will be used to show results of the progress we're making. And I can't tell you how excited I am about this adoption and how we are aligning the work that, that is happening at every campus, and that we're able to have those conversations through our PLC process, which will be another way in which we can measure the progress of this adoption.
And I'm also very pleased to see that there is an intentionality in regarding our EML students in
Absolutely.
this ELA proposal that you're bringing. And it's just, to me, this is so big. I mean, what's the headline? The headline is we're bringing uniformity, where we were so fragmented. And now we're bringing it all together. We have a professional development plan, and thank you. I can't thank you enough, and everyone else. I'm very pleased to see this, and I can hardly wait to see the improvement in our ELA curriculum, and also, of course, in our EML students. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, additional comments or questions? Ms. Munoz?
Yes, thank you for the presentation and your hard work and everyone's hard work on this. So important. I mean, just to, I don't want to repeat what Ms. Alvarez said, but certainly it's time, it's good to see everybody coming together and giving the input in such an inclusive way. I'm very excited to see, the results of this, and I'll be coming around to look at the materials. I am, very much also feeling like when we went and did the listening tours, like the teachers have been having all this happening, and everyone's interested in it, so that our students can move forward. And if a student transfers to another school, that they'll have the same curriculum, and there won't be, an issue with lack of continuity. So thank you so much. Very exciting.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alvarado, and to your team. This has been a long time coming, and I think a lot of people are really excited for all of the reasons that Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Munoz outlined. I think it is really exciting to have a uniform curriculum across our district. One of the things that has come up in conversations that I've had is curriculums have their strengths, and then they maybe have their areas of opportunity. So if that feedback comes out in the 30-day feedback period, and maybe there is a preference for one curriculum over the other, but the feedback identifies these areas of opportunity, is it your intention to maybe find another curriculum that does really well in that area and supplement one of these curriculums? How will you go about that process?
So we looked extensively at the 5 and then narrowed it down to the 2. And during the last 5 meetings that we've had with the committee, we have identified already gaps. So at every single meeting, we have summarized the areas of strength of the curriculum, areas of need by grade level, not just overall, but by grade level, also through the lens of MTSS, through the lens of EMLs, through the lens of special education students. And we are already looking into what the gaps are so that we can supplement it with other material. Another committee that I'll share more information at the next presentation, but we do have two subcommittees. One subcommittee is on the professional learning plan that will include teachers, administrators, and other district team members. And then we will also have a group looking at the culturally responsive lens through our curriculum. There is a research done by the New York University, and there is a rubric that is used where any member of the committee takes a unit from any of the curricula we're looking at, and we look for gaps. And through that process, we will be making recommendations. Also, the literacy task force made recommendations on some of the curricula, and we will also be looking at the feedback we receive from parents once they look at the two that we're recommending at this point.
I gotta say, I'm so impressed. Just how comprehensive you have taken a look at this issue and approached it. And I think intentional was the right word that Ms. Alvarez used. So I'm very impressed. Thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Yeah. And Mr. Escobedo, just to mention one thing, to you and to the public, is the way I'm looking at this work and the process that we're using for the curriculum adoption is as if I was looking for a curriculum for my own child, my daughter. My daughter is now an adult. She went through elementary, junior high, high school, and college, but I'm looking at it through the lens of a parent, of an educator, and also of a former student and EML learner. So I'm looking through all of those lenses, and fortunately, I have had those lenses in my own personal experience. So that has helped me and the rest of our team really look at different lenses.
Well, I'll say it comes through, and I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it, sincerely.
Thank you.
Mr. Banning.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge how complex and critical this work is, and to echo the compliments and the good thoughts of everybody on the board. I said in my interview to be appointed to the board that a coherent curriculum was among the most important things that we can do, and it's exciting to see this coming to play. The next most important thing to having a coherent curriculum is having it implemented with fidelity. And I just want to say right now that that's one of the things that I will be looking for and hoping to support in every way possible, because you can have every book in the world that does all the right stuff, but unless you have the teachers and the people that are delivering it to the kids on the same page and well-trained, it loses its effectiveness. But thank you for a comprehensive program. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier to learn more about this as it began, but I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I echo the comments of my sister and brother board members. Hey, just to have a question. So is there, because we haven't adopted and we've kind of been core knowledge for quite some time, is there a transition plan to go to this new, how we link that? Because they may be very different, but how do we link, or do you do that when you're adopting new curriculum?
So as I shared, maybe we know this is a weakness of ours, that we're using different curricula and not everyone's using. So that's kind of an advantage for us, that we don't have to transition completely and say, okay, whatever you've been doing, scratch it completely, because we're doing something completely new. Teachers are asking for it because they want a source that they can go to instead of looking for different sources to support our students. And I think that it is to our advantage where we're at this point to help us transition. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we will be providing professional learning in the summer as well as before school starts.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So thank you. Not hearing any additional questions or comments, may I have a motion to approve the opening of the 30-day window? Ms. Alvarez?
I move that we open the hearing for the 30-day window.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Escobedo, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for a great presentation. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving next to item H4. Dr. Vecchio, we heard about this earlier in the public hearing. And just a mindful, we're on, this is one meeting that we're having in March, so we have a lot to do here. So just stay patient with us as we continue to move forward. I want to just acknowledge that, and we'll typically take a break here between the action agenda and the report item. So Dr. Vecchio.
Thank you very much. Just two quick items here, and then the human resources list. This one is item H4, which is our CSEA's initial proposals for reopening contract negotiations that we saw earlier tonight and in the previous board meeting. It's coming before the board for your formal approval.
Mr. Hill, are there any public comment requests on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, comments or questions, board members? Hearing none, may I have approval of this item? Motion to approve.
I so move.
Okay, Ms. Munoz, motion. Do I hear a second? Second, who that? Who said that? Hey. Okay,
Yeah.
went over there. Okay, all right, Mr. Escobedo. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Dr. Vecchio, H5.
Thank you. H5 is Santa Barbara Unified's version. It's our initial proposal for reopening contract negotiations with CSEA, and it comes before you this time for your formal approval.
Okay, any public comment requests, Ms. Trujillo?
No public comment.
Thank you. No comments or questions, board members? Hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve this item.
Mr. Banning, do I hear a second?
I second.
Ms. Alvarez, thank you. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. Dr. Vecchio, you are H6 as well.
Thank you very much, Board President Sims Moten. This is our recommendations since we last met. These are the actions that HR has taken that we're seeking board approval for. Just before I turn this list over to the board for your consideration, I did want to point out just a couple things. We do have the interim certificated management positions there where we have done a little bit of a restructure where we had some significant needs mid-year. And you'll notice that Daisy Ochoa is already working now as interim principal up at McKinley. And that was it's a big deal for that school. And she'll finish out the year there. And then the John Shetler and Carla Curry change where John Shetler will serve as interim executive director of student and family services, or executive director of student family services, and Carla Curry will help in the director role of special ed. These positions, it's important to note, I wanted to make sure you were aware that there is an increase of 9,000 to move Carla Curry from her current role to this interim director of special ed position. We did use the unused funds from the Patricia Madrigal resignation, where that position has been vacant for several months. And that far exceeds the amount of 9,000. So we are not increasing the budget to be able to do this restructure. And all the other changes did not cost any additional money. I also wanted to just congratulate publicly Veronica Terrell, who's taking a promotion. She was filling in this year as the administrative assistant 3. This is what's usually known as the principal secretary at San Marcos. So Liz Rubio was out, and she applied for the open position when Liz resigned, and she went through the process and got that position. And she just did a great job for us filling in out at San Marcos. And now she has that position. So congrats. And then just again, more substitutes. And with that, I will turn it over to the board for any questions and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment requests on this item, Ms. Trujillo?
No public comment.
Thank you. Board members, comments or questions? Hearing no comments and or questions. Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. May I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
And a second? Mr. Banning? Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Vecchio.
Thank you.
So next we're moving to H7, approval of Learn Platform Software Agreement.
Hello and good evening, Board President Sims Moten, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. Tonight, I'm very excited and eager to bring Learn Platform to the board for consideration and approval. Next slide, please. Ooh.
Oh.
We'll give the team just a minute here to get that working.
Yes. Thank you.
Are you able to see the slides?
Yes, we can. Can we advance to the second slide, please?
One moment, I'm having a few issues here.
There it is. Perfect. So currently, Santa Barbara Unified maintains over 250 applications and platforms for use in and around the classroom. We do have hundreds more of free resources as well. Even though we may not license them, we do still manage that. And as you can imagine, this is quite an effort to maintain and to continuously evaluate ongoing the effectiveness of each platform and each app. So right now, I just want to talk about kind of our internal process. ETS, or Educational Technology Services, maintains let's just say a myriad of different spreadsheets to manage this effort. We have many collaborative meetings with our school sites and our district departments to talk about the use of these different applications. And as far as the data that we're pulling down, we are having to kind of hunt and peck at each of our vendors to get usage reports so that we can try and determine some of the metrics. This isn't always the most viable data, being that it comes from the vendor. And of course, they might want us to renew their platform. And we're looking to find that real raw data. And lastly, we have a pretty complicated approval process, and for good reason. We maintain that our apps need to be the best of the best, and it's a challenge to balance all of the requirements such as security, student data privacy, and safety with our teachers' ability to request apps and for us to deliver them in a timely manner. During the superintendent's fall listening tour, this was a big ask by several of our schools, and we have been looking at ways to streamline this process since then. Next slide, please. So enter the Learn platform. I'm calling this the platform of platforms. So it's really a single place for us at the district to manage all of our instructional technology platforms. It is a very unique platform, and there really aren't any other comparable platforms out there that exist. I've looked. Also, it allows for us to have just one central place so we can inventory and track our digital library. Having this platform will streamline our ability to basically manage all of our digital tools. Another great thing about this platform, it has an interface not just for the management of these platforms, but for our administrators, our teachers, and even our community, so that everyone has quick access to what apps and platforms that are available. We could sort this by content area, by grade level. This catalog will be a great resource to provide to all of our teachers so that we can see what our district standards are in the event that teachers may not know what they have access to. Additionally, with this platform, as I mentioned earlier, teachers will have the ability to request additional tools right here in this same dashboard. And being all in one place and establishing a new streamlined process will ensure that these requests are being completed and that resources are being delivered in a timely manner. The Learn platform also ensures that all of our apps are secure and that they all abide to the state and federal regulations with student data privacy, which is a big ticket item for us in ETS. We are spending oodles of hours, man hours, trying to hunt down our vendors and see what their privacy policies are. So having this all in one place will only expedite that process even further. And last but not least, It collects data. It collects data to see what our students and our teachers are accessing so that we can use that to make informed decisions on whether we are seeing effective use of that platform or if it's something that we may not need to renew for cost effectiveness. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, this is, again, one single place for all of our apps and platforms and contracts to manage, but also an area where all stakeholders have access to, and they will see the relevant information that is adequate for their role. So if they're a community member, they'll see all the different platforms. If they're a teacher, they may be able to see a little bit more what's going on at their school site. And at the district office, we can really be focused on making sure we're not licensing or paying for any duplicative software and making sure that we're consolidating all of our and aligning all of our efforts with the same types of platforms. Next slide, please. I also wanted to speak briefly about the cost. The first year we'll be licensing this software for just under $70,000 and roughly $55,000 ongoing. But I wanted to highlight that this platform is going to pay for itself, not just in the upkeep of our platform and the efficiency that this new approval and implementation process will bring, but it will give us the data that we need to prove that these apps are being used effectively. It will also allow us to keep a lean catalog of the best tools for Santa Barbara while trimming out the ones that aren't of caliber that we're used to and that we expect. Districts that we're in conversation with have adopted this tool and seen average savings of over $10 a student, which will more than pay for this process. And we've already seen from initial data collections of some of the apps that we're using and some that we weren't. So we're already starting to target those platforms that may not be as effective and really planning to see some higher level cost savings there, especially in the out years when we focus on the different applications we're using. Next slide, please. So pending approval tonight, we want to get started right away. We've been working with our school site tech committees for a couple of weeks now. We started a pilot and installed the initial components of this system. We've received not only interest in being a part of this pilot, but a sense of excitement around using this tool with the goal to give our teachers the autonomy and our administrators the ability to request and approve these apps and be a part of this process so that they're not waiting on the district on the back end to do all of those arduous tasks to get these things rolled out. So our first plan of action would be to load all of our current platforms into the Learn platform. We would train all of the relevant ETS staff, our pilot groups on this use, and then we would hit the ground running. Ideally, we can deploy this to all stakeholders in the next 60 days and look to streamline this process moving forward into next year. And once we have a whole year of data, we'll be that much more geared towards making those informed decisions when it comes to the platform renewal timeframes. Next slide, please. As always, I wanted to thank the board for your continued support in all areas of technology. We are moving well forward into the 21st century, and this is just the beginning of this explosion of digital resources and platforms out there. So I'm excited to finally put this to rest as far as making sure our teachers have access to the tools that they need in a timely manner. So that is all I have for you this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for your report. It does look promising. So is there any public comment request on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you. Board members, questions or comments? Make sure I'm seeing everybody. Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for this amazing presentation. I'm really excited about this platform. Can you tell me a little bit, and maybe I missed it, that $10 plus per student, are we talking about just people hours in terms of trying to gather data from apps, or what's in that number?
It's basically an approximation. We've been working with two different districts, Bonita Unified and South Bay Union School District. And we've been able to, they've been so kind enough to share their experiences with Learn Platform and how they've been able to cut down costs because they have the data they need to actually say, look, this platform isn't working out, or maybe we have multiple platforms and we can consolidate. So that's really where those numbers come from based on other districts' experiences.
Very cool. And then, so this is for school district devices. If a student takes home a school district device and they're no longer using the Wi-Fi at school, still continues to track usage, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you. So for YouTube is a really good example because it has an app, but you can also access it through a web browser. So let's say you access YouTube through a web browser. Does it then track specifically to YouTube for that use, or is it only based on app?
It would track that based on browser usage as well.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Board members, any additional questions or comments? Thank you. Do I see what Mr. Banning? No? Okay. I know, Mr. Ramirez, this is one of the issues that came up as we were doing the listening tour. And so does this allow the flexibility to be able to use the various, apps that are out there and not confined to one, but then we're able to track it and be responsible for it as well? So.
Yes, it really is a comprehensive solution from start to finish, and we're really excited to hit the ground running.
Okay, so hearing no additional comments from the board, may I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Mr. Escobedo, do I have a second?
I second.
Ms. Munoz, second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that platform.
Thank you.
So board members, we've been going since 4:30 today, and I want to give us time to stretch your legs and others too. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and come back to that. And then Dr. Maldonado may be doing some agenda management in between that time. Okay, so we'll be on for about 10 minutes. Okay, team, I'm going to call us back to order. That short break. I know other board members are logging on. Okay. Isminos is back. I see. So we have a full board here. And Dr. Maldonado is hanging back in. Okay. So everyone's here. Thank you so much. Hope you had a quick break. So I talked to Dr. Maldonado and her team as well. So we're going to do some agenda management. We're going to move items I1 and 2 to April so that they can have the full glory of time that needs to be spent, and we can have some good questions and concerns on that. Have checked into the team and they're okay with that. So we're going to move to item I3. Hernandez, yes.
Yes, so that's me. We have our auditors here today with us, so hopefully they can be brought forward since we're moving our agenda. I wanted to just give a little explanation as to why our audit is later this year than it normally is. So our auditors will be talking tonight about the audit that goes through the end of last year. And normally we would have an audit completed by December. Oh, there he is. There's Mr. Royce Townsend. And so it's late this year and it's late. Many people had to get extensions for their audits this year for several different reasons. One of them for our auditors was that just like the school districts, the auditors also had the same situation of losing some staff and having some staffing holes that we all needed to deal with. So we did ask for an extension of the state for our audit and the state approved it. So I am telling you this tonight because I think you normally would have had this audit review earlier in the year. So I just wanted to make that clear for you. I would like to introduce Mr. Royce Townsend. He is our auditor from Eide Bailly. Go ahead, Mr. Townsend.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me here. And as Mrs. Hernandez noted, I'm here to provide you your audited financial statements as of June 30th, 2022. So what I am presenting this evening is the audited financial statements related to the district, which has 3 specific areas that we are opining on. And those would be the financial statements, which include internal controls and other compliance, the federal awards, which is compliance and internal controls, as well as the state compliance, which is again, compliance and internal controls. Now I did mention opine on, and I always like to point out here that everything in these audit reports is your information, other than our opinion on the respective areas that we are opining on. So just bear that in mind. Also, we are going to speak briefly about the reports on measures I and measures J, which again include financial statements, as well as a performance audit. And that performance audit is to determine compliance with Article 13A of the state constitution, as well as the bond measure requirements themselves. So I always like to preface any presentation related to the audit report, just to discuss what an audit is. So as a reminder, the audit is a process to determine or to provide the governing board reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. And of course, that's in contrast to total assurance, which would suggest that we are looking at every single transaction, and that's just not the case. Now, I mentioned the auditor's opinion. The highest level of assurance that we can provide through an opinion is what we call an unmodified opinion. So anytime you hear something other than unmodified, you probably want to ask why that's the case. You know, there's a lot of value with the audit, but for me, when I'm presenting to a governing board, I always like to remind the governing board that the audit provides you a level of assurance regarding the information that you're getting from your business management. That's information that you are required to rely on when you make your decisions. And so the outcome of the audit is important in that respect. So with that said, let's talk a little bit about the audit. And, there's 100+ pages in this report. It's voluminous, no doubt about it. And, truthfully, not too many people will spend that time looking at every single page. So from my perspective, what I would expect, and it's been where I want to direct the governing board, is to 2 specific pages within the audit report itself. One is the summary of auditors' results. So if you happen to have that hard copy in front of you, it would be page 100. And if you had a PDF, that would be page 107. So this is where the auditor is providing the opinion on the 3 respective areas that I mentioned. So let's go over the results of those 3 areas. As it relates to the financial statement, we are providing you an unmodified opinion. There was 1 material weakness identified, and that was due to an adjustment. However, there were no significant deficiencies identified during the course of the audit. As it relates to the federal awards, again, the audit is providing you an unmodified opinion. There were 2 major federal programs tested, including 9 specific COVID-19 related programs. There were no material weaknesses identified, nor were there any significant deficiencies identified. And lastly, as it relates to the audit for state compliance, and I'll tell you, these days that number has grown to almost 30+ programs that we have to test, that we may have to test based on the programs that you offer. We are again providing you an unmodified opinion. We did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies for all of those state programs. So that is certainly an outcome that I would want to hear from a board perspective. I did mention 2 specific pages in the audit report. And so the second one is called the Schedule of Financial Trends. And again, if you're looking at a hard copy, that would be page 84. And if you're looking at a PDF, that would be page 89. This is the only place where you have 3 years worth of data in the audit report. And when Ms. Hernandez was doing her presentation related to the second interim budget, she was talking about trends. So I think this really correlates very well with that presentation, but it's important from a governing board's perspective to focus on the most important trends, because I do believe trends provide a picture for you where you have been and where you may be going. So with that said, it was noted that the district has incurred operating surpluses in all 3 of the past years, and that's obviously a positive trend. While you are projected to have a deficit in 22-23, the year that you're in right now, of course, that is budget, and you'll have to see where you end. You are maintaining your reserves, and one comment that was made by, I believe it was Board Member Alvarez, related to reserves, is she was astute enough to realize that your reserves are looking at 2 months worth of operating costs, which, when I'm asked that question, and I get asked that question quite a bit, I always maintain, I think 2 months worth of operating reserves makes the most sense. Lastly, the one trend that is interesting here is your total long-term obligations have decreased by $91.9 million. Now, understand that most of that change is related to pension obligations. And that's primarily because for the past few years, the state was contributing on its own in addition to your increased premium rates. So there was a lot more money that was going in to cover pension obligation, and thus the obligation actuarially has declined. Now, with that said, things change, and part of the calculation is the interest rate on the monies that the state sets aside. And since the interest rate environment is volatile, you'll probably most likely see an increase in premiums for PERS insurers once again. So another great page, like I said, for you to focus on. And if you'd like, I could stop here before I move into the presentation for measures I and J, or if you'd like, I can just continue on and I can take all questions at the end. Any preference?
Yes, I think you can continue. We'll hold our questions to the end of your presentation.
Thank you. As it relates to measures I and measures J, again, we are presenting an opinion on the financial statements as well as the performance audit. Related to the financial statements, an unmodified opinion. Again, a material weakness related to an adjustment that was reflected in the main report, and there were no significant deficiencies of internal controls identified. What most people focus on is the performance, and that's really saying, how did you spend the monies? So we tested for measure I, $9.7 million or 80% of total expenditures. And for measure J, we tested $6.6 million or 82% of total expenditures for that measure. In no cases did we identify any expenditures that did not comply with either Article 13A of the state constitution or the bond measure requirements themselves. So with that said, that would conclude my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the outcome of the audits.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Ms. Trujillo, are there any requests for public comment on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Thank you. Board members, any questions and or comments? Ms. Alvarez?
One quick comment, no questions, as board member Sims Moten and myself had a meeting with Ms. Hernandez and her team. We went over the audit and it was very thorough, very informative, and they answered our questions. And I have to say, it was fun.
Yeah.
We had a really good time at that meeting. I know you don't hear this very often, but we did have a good time. So thank you for your work, and thank you to Ms. Hernandez and her team again.
Well, it's a pleasure working with them. And yes, you're right. I've never heard that comment before. Fun. But that's great. That's great. So again, I do appreciate our you having us up here, and thank you so much for allowing me the time to present this evening.
Any additional comments or questions, board members? I just, as the second part of that committee, I echo the comments of Ms. Alvarez. It was fun. We make it fun, but I also wanted just to add to the expertise that we have in-house here and how much it is easier to, how fortunate we are to have the expertise in our audit team and Lacey and Elena. I don't know if she's here tonight, and Kim. We have an internal auditor within the system, so that makes a whole bit of difference in their diligence that they're doing. So I want to make sure that we're elevating that, because we know sometimes when the fiscal house is not in order, it affects all the rest of it. So thank you and kudos to them for the work that they do, sometimes unseen, but it's so critical. And so also, Mr. Townsend, thank you for your presentation and your unmodified opinion with regards to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I'm going to say to you, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Right. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to move to item 5. We're going to switch 5 and 4. So first, we're going to have I-5 first, and then we're going to conclude with I-4.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Board, and community. I am back doing our commitment of reporting out on racial incidents that's been reported on our campuses. This isn't a report that we're excited to give each time, but it is the accountability tool and piece for us to keep our thumb on the barometer of the work. These again are racial incident reports that were reported, right? We definitely acknowledge there may be incidents that are happening that we aren't aware of, but we do want to report these out. Next slide. So as an update, between February 25th, when I seen you all last or presented last, and March 10th, when this report was submitted, we had 6 racial incidents across 3 schools. Next slide. So you see our comparison. We're being very transparent with the data that we have. Next slide. As you can see, we are having incidents at all levels. So this is elementary, junior high, and high school. I do want to elevate some of the work that's coming out of the Combating Anti-Blackness Work Group, where there is a focus on prevention and getting into preschool, TK, and kinder, and starting some of this work around the work that they're wanting to focus on is building community early on in time. So I do want to let you know that group is looking at the entire spectrum of the work and making recommendations for our early childhood sweethearts as well. Next slide, please. Of those 6 incidents, we have 4 incidents that were targeted or directed towards another person, which means intentional to a person, and then indirect, maybe something said or done, but not directed at someone. So that's 4 directed and 2 indirect. Next slide. We are breaking down the subcategories of the actions, although all are unwanted. As we can see, we had 2 verbal casual, which means between friends and conversation, and 2 written. I do just want to remind us as an MTSS district, we are using data to guide our decisions. We are identifying ways that all staff contribute to not only identifying, but removing the situations and incidents where race is negatively impacting the experiences of our students and staff and families. And we are partnering with our community to identify those mutual ways that we can support this work our students belong to us 180 days, and we want to own the experiences they have on our campuses, but we also want to partner for 365 days of their experience. We're linking multiple initiatives. I do just want to give you an update. As you can see on this slide, it said 1,572 staff had completed modules. Well, that was as of the time I uploaded this to Board Docs. We are now at 1,680. We have 30 staff outlined. So we are at a 98.25% of our staff have completed the modules on anti-racism, microaggressions, and tokenism, and that continuum for racism. We are not saying that this is a one-stop shop and this is going to solve all the problems. But what we can say is our staff now have a basis of knowledge for us to continue to build on and to support and hold accountability to. So we are excited, and HR has done a great job in rolling out. This is just a great opportunity to show how we're linking the initiatives that will impact the targeted experiences of our Black and African American students and families. This is not just one-stop shop in this incident. I do want to also just highlight the work that the principals have done since we've sent these lists out, and directors. It has been work to find out who's on campus. We have itinerant staff that are between campuses. And so the work is not done, it's just starting. So we're going to use the data that Steve is going to be sharing this evening as well to impact what our next steps are. But we are excited that we at least have a basis of knowledge and understanding that we now will build upon. As I shared, and Dr. Sheffield also shared books with you all, that radical candor, we are having those hard conversations with everyone all the time. It really boils down to every decision every day that's happening. Boardman Macavia, she spoke about student experiences, where we're all sharing what those experiences are so that we calibrate in our response and understanding. Our ethnic studies work, one of the things that the Combating Anti-Blackness work group has talked about is like, how do we take that work younger? In our curriculum, we know the Combating Anti-Blackness work group actually showed up and really advocated for representation in our curriculum, particularly for students of color and more targeted for our Black and African American students. We continue the work with the IU We Stand, and that is because we all own some of this work. And the more eyes we have on ensuring that our students, staff, and families are physically, mentally, emotionally, and socially safe on campus, the more we are going to move this work a millimeter at a time, as the superintendent read her motivational statement for the week. I do want to highlight in MTSS, one of the high leverage practices or the consistent commitments that we have identified, or that the group had identified, is really working on building relationships and what it means to be in a positive relationship. Trauma-informed practices, so we understand the manifestation of trauma and when students are processing that. And meaningful family engagement. How do we partner with families in a way that they also contribute the wealth that they have within their own family unit and partner with us in educating their students? All of these may seem isolated, but as a system, it supports our systemic response to ending the negative experiences of our African American and Black students on our campuses. This concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Any requests to speak on this item I5, Ms. Trujillo?
One moment.
Okay.
No request to speak at this item.
Board members' comments and or questions? So, I do have a comment. Just thank you, Ms. Edison, for your presentation on the report. And we know that as we start to put this in place, we're going to hear and it's going to elevate things in terms of that. I know, and I appreciate the depth in which you're increasing that report to really get at the root of those things, making it much more specific how we're doing it and how you're also tying it as a part of the MTSS system, because that is the piece. There's two pieces, I think, when we're dealing with this. There's a systematic way in which we have to work through things, and we realize how challenging that can be when you're changing system. There's also that other part about how people are feeling through this process, how they identify through that, how they feel about themselves and how they feel that they're a part of something themselves. So how are we looking at it from a personal standpoint as well as from a systematic standpoint? So I appreciate the keep increasing that report and adding on different things as we expand that to make sure that we're covering all bases. And it is part of a system that it will have to continue. It's not a system one and done. It's a system that we're going to continue to look at and improve through that, improve the experience, as you said, of our Black African American students. So I appreciate the work and the diligence that continues to work with that report.
Thank you. And I do want to highlight, we did also launch our reporting page. It is now online. It is active. And so we're trying to eliminate the barrier of how families and staff and students can report to us incidents that might be happening that may not make it up to the principal. So we are looking at multiple ways. How do we engage with community in different ways? I also just want to highlight the Combating Anti-Blackness Work Group. We have very passionate conversations in there, and we have landed that it's short-term and long-term work. And it is the systemic work and the sense of urgency to respond to harm and trauma. So we're doing all that at once. And so we welcome partnership in that work.
Appreciate that. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Edison, and also thank you to HR and the team who was behind launching the modules. I was able to complete my 3 modules, so thank you very much for sending that to me. And I have to say, I learned quite a lot, and here I thought I already knew. So that really shows how, like you said, it's short-term and long-term. And I would hope that we have this refreshers, this reminders every once in a while, that it's not a one-time, but perhaps we can make it part of our annual training, and maybe you're already doing that. But anyways, I found it very, very useful, and thank you for including me in that training as well. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I would like to, if I probably pass me in terms of going through that module training as well. I'd like to be included if it's still out there to be able to do it. And I'm, it's open, obviously, board members, we want to be a part of that as well. So maybe give that request to Ms. Edison to be how we get included in that training.
I will connect with HR. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Moving to I4. The presentation and the summary report for the Anti-Blackness and Racial Climate Assessment.
All right. Good evening, President Sims-Moton, and as well as the board members and Superintendent Maldonado. Tonight, I'll be discussing the Insight Anti-Blackness Racial Climate Assessment, actually the draft of the executive summary that they submitted to us at the beginning of the month. So this ties into, specifically, it ties into our work regarding multi-tiered systems or system of supports. So our MTSS work, because what we're doing is we're gathering the data that will drive the work that will be, tied to the work that Kenya or Miss Edison was discussing earlier. Mm-hmm. So there was a slide deck that was up. Let's see here.
Yes, one moment.
Okay. So I just, as we go into the next slide, I could just discuss that with you without the slide deck. basically, it was a reminder of the work that's been done so far regarding this assessment process by Insight. So in September, October time period, we were sending data that would have to do with board policies, regulations, the resolutions the board had passed, everything that has to do with any possible data, includes our local control accountability plan. All of this data and documents we sent to Insight, and they gathered that as part of their analysis in terms of the racial climate assessment. Phase 2 that you see there in particular was actually the process of creating the survey questions, reviewing the survey questions, and making sure that we had the right survey questions to be distributed to students, staff, family members, and community members. So, and those surveys were deployed, and then we gathered all that information by the end of 2022. So in December and January of 2023, actually just leading all the way to almost the middle of February, we were designing focus groups, gathering up and communicating to various members of our community, families, students, teachers, leaders, you name it, to gather up specific focus groups of 10 or less people in the group and ask questions and make sure we're gaining the information we need to really determine what is it like being in Santa Barbara Unified, at the school, in the district, specifically as a Black African-American student or staff member. What does that mean? So we implemented the stakeholder groups, and then by, I believe the last group was the 13th, February 13th. From that point on, it was really crunching the data and just reviewing all the findings and to come up with some key findings that they discovered from the data. So that's the first step. But the second part of this work that they're completing is they'll actually be providing the recommendations on their findings. Next slide, please. And thank you for finding the slide and putting it back up, the slide deck. All right, so just wanted to give you the specific data, as you could see, regarding the survey responses, how many people participated. And then as well, I wanted to make sure that you saw how many focus groups that we had, including the very last group that we squeaked out with our Student Advisory Council. We found high value with our focus groups, and we wanted to do more than just what was typically planned out, which was probably 10 to 15 groups. So we really dug in there regarding the focus groups. Next slide. So really, I want to talk about our key findings with the assessment. As you can see, they came up with specifically 10 key areas, but I wanted to really bring your attention to a few of these and why it's important to be aware of these areas. The first one in particular, the normalized racism. The thing that came out of that key topic, I feel like that topic actually covers all of these bullet points. Specifically, what was driving that area, what they discovered was that our Black and African-American students maintain this belief that our climate and culture in our schools, as well in the district, they are rooted in racist behaviors. It doesn't matter if it's overt or covert, but they were still feeling and experiencing these racist behaviors, as well as microaggressions by students and teachers. And on top of that, they feel like there's like this daily realization that that they feel like the students and staff are not responding or deterring or preventing these racist and anti-Black behaviors. So as you could see, that really is, it encompasses so much with just that one topic or that one key finding. A couple of other things I wanted to bring to your attention would be the diffusion of responsibility to respond. So the thing about that is the staff and students, they wanted to reiterate specifically the staff and students are our first line of defense against racism and anti-Blackness. And that's what was being presented, whether it was in the focus groups or whether it was being presented in the surveys. Again, going to another topic, I think this is a particular, all of these are of particular importance, but this gives again, a clarity to what our students and staff are experiencing. And that has to do with the onus of responsibility to deter or prevent the racism and anti-Blackness. And the thing that came out in that particular point was that they, people in the groups and those who spoke up and pointed this out were saying that they feel like we need to shift the responsibility from those who are the victims of the racist and anti-Blackness behaviors to those, they should not be the ones owning the responsibility to deter this. It should be those who are the adults and even fellow students to prevent this. Again, it ties to the normalized racism point. I wanted to hit three other items in particular. One is the whiteness as a disqualifier and qualifier. So basically that is the white staff expressed their uncertainty to lead anti-racist or pro-Black effort. So we've heard this when we've had some of our meetings, the Combating Anti-Blackness meeting that's come up, as well as even within some of our leadership meetings. Two more things, actually the capacity and courage topic in particular. That one, I just wanted to bring that up because of what Kenya mentioned, which is what we learned from our last meeting is which we're looking at the long game. What are the things that we need to do in the long term? At the same time, what do we need to do immediately? And this topic, it talks about specifically immediate responsiveness. The last bullet I just want to bring up as a unique point, all of these are unique points, and you could read this in the executive summary, but this in particular, I wanted to bring to your attention, and that is loose expectations and communication. So in a large part, the district expectations are viewed as ambiguous by our educational partners, meaning that our educational partners, our students, our staff, our parents, as well as community members. They find that there's just this vague or it's ambiguous regarding how we're approaching our work, our expectations of this work. With that said, I just want to give you one other piece of information, and that is regarding what will be the next steps now that Insight has provided us this draft of the executive summary. So they will actually be delivering to us by April, they will be providing a complete and thorough report, which would include all of the data that they had collected, the analysis of that data, and recommendations regarding what they find with the analysis. And this will also include the final version of the executive summary. One other tidbit that I wanted to bring to your attention, I keep saying I want to bring this to your attention and that to your attention, but there's something crucial when you're looking through the report. Talking with Insight, we noticed that when they identified a quote, they either identified it as SBUSD student, SBUSD staff, or SBUSD leader, or they might connect it with a family member. So they identified, they didn't want to give specifics regarding whether it was a high school student, junior high school student, or what grade, or whatever it may be. They kept it broad that way, as well as SBUSD staff. So that could be classified staff, could be certificated staff, meaning teachers, as well as SBUSD leadership. So that could be, or leaders. So that could be your principals, APs, district leadership, could be a board member, but they put it into these specific categories because with the focus groups being so small that they didn't want to create identifiers to specific people. One thing that we're going to be talking with them as they start to do an analysis of all of their findings and start to provide the recommendations, the thing that we will be discussing with them is there a real need when you're regarding a recommendation? Is there a need to actually narrow down, is this information that's coming from, let's say, high school teachers, or or is it coming from principals? So this will be part of our conversation as we're moving forward to complete the final report. And with that said, next slide, open it for public comment and board questions. Ms. Sims-Moten, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vince, for that report. Ms. Trujillo, are there any requests to speak on this item, I-4?
Thank you, President Sims-Moten. We do have public comment on this item. Ms. Barbara Parme.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, board. My name is Barbara Parmet. After reading this 45-page document draft, it is my hope that the district will offer the community the opportunity to look at these statistics and summaries more closely and to create a cohesive strategy of policies and practices to counter this rather grim story of racial discrimination and especially anti-Blackness. And I'm also here tonight to remind our white administrators, white principals, white teachers, white counselors, and white families that it is time right now to see clearly our own complicity in this system. We often speak of the issues our students of color face, and most of the time we in the white community don't consider racism a problem for ourselves. But tonight, with this terrible indictment of racism within our school system placed directly in front of us, we all, and especially us white folks, do not have the option of turning away and pretending it has nothing to do with us. We white people must find the courage to interrupt and intervene when we see racial hate and bigotry right in front of us. There is no excuse for white people sitting on the sidelines and wringing our hands. It is not acceptable for anyone, and especially white people, to say you do not have the capacity to speak up. It is not acceptable to look away and say nothing. It is not acceptable to hide behind your discomfort. These silences make it possible for hate to take hold. And when I hear the constant refrain of how we in Santa Barbara live in paradise, I cannot help but think of certain students who are being harassed daily and living in a kind of hell. It is time to end the fact that students and staff are unable to respond, deter, and prevent racist and anti-Black behaviors from occurring. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And President Sims-Moten, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Board members, comments, questions?
I'm sorry, President Sims-Moten, we have one more public comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Ellie Cuevas.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Hello and good evening, members of the school board. My name is Ellie Cuevas. I attend Santa Barbara Senior High School and I'm here as an ambassador of Future Leaders of America. I'd like to begin by thanking the school district for the work that has been put into addressing the racial incidents that have been occurring in our schools. It is important to discuss these issues as they affect the daily lives of the victims. Being a Latina in an advanced learning environment has been the most discouraging experience. I'm in primarily white classrooms where nobody is interested in talking to me. I still remember the first time and only time my classmate spoke to me. He turned around and asked, "You speak Spanish, right?" He then proceeded to ask me how to say something in Spanish, turned back around, and never spoke to me again. I wasn't offended. I mean, I do speak Spanish, but why would that be the first thing that comes to his mind when thinking of asking me something? A part of me hoped and wished that he trusted I was smart enough to help him with the problem. I witnessed many incidents where the kids in my class stereotype my community and joke about being racist. I don't say a word. I don't feel I have the power or voice to stand up for myself. To them, I'm just the quiet Mexican girl who sits in the back of the class and fails every exam. However, I'm much more than that. I'm the outspoken Latina who gets the highest scoring results on the exam, the Latina who cares about her community and is willing to work to make a change. This is just one example of what we minorities face in our school district. We stand in support and unification with our Black student peers at SBUSD. We ask that you consider these experiences and the victims as you address these issues and develop solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple more. Kiara Reynoso. Kiara Reynoso, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi.
There you go.
Okay. My name is Kiara Juliet Reynoso, and I'm here proudly as an ambassador of Future Leaders of America. I am a freshman at Santa Barbara High School, and I would like to give the school board members props for making meaningful changes and improvements in the Santa Barbara School District. Our future is really in your hands. I appreciate the district's efforts for making our community a better place. However, there is still much more to be done. Ever since I got to junior high, I saw the real world. People are not always nice, and there are a lot of microaggressions happening in Santa Barbara. As a high school student, I am a witness of the racial transgression that my Black peers have faced, and I find it unacceptable. Everyone needs to feel safe at school, and the district needs to be more holistic intervention work and address the root causes of these issues. We stand in solidarity with our Black student peers at SBUSD. When you address racism, you address issues that affect all students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marilyn.
Hello. My name is Marilyn Nava, and I'm here with Future Leaders of America. I attend Dos Lobos High School. Recently, the school district has been working on addressing the many racial incidents that have happened in our schools. These issues harm the learning environment for students of color, and they need to be addressed. I've heard racial slurs being used by fellow students. This is just an example of what we face in our school district. When you address racism, you address the issue that affects all students. We stand in solidarity with our Black student peers at SBUSD. We ask that you think through how you're going to address these issues. You concern these experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. President Sims Moten, that concludes public comment.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. I see, Kavya, I think you had your hand up before that. I'll say, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that this work is so important and so critical. And I know it's been a long process, and I know that we've had a lot of times when we wanted to just get results quickly, and it's been challenging because I know this obviously also doesn't cover the full picture. As we saw, it doesn't. In the report, there were only about, I think, 60-something% of students that actually were able to respond to the survey. And so obviously, when we're looking at an issue like racial climate, it's going to be challenging to make decisions when we can't get a very high response. But I think, well, thank you, Mr. Venz, for that presentation. I really appreciated how in-depth you went into the specific kind of trends that we saw in the focus groups. That was really important for me to hear just as a student to know that there are staff and there are parents and families also feeling the same way about the racial climate at our schools. I think that's going to be huge, just connecting those different stakeholder groups and connecting their different experiences and perspectives to guide our decision making in the future. And then just again, just like a huge thank you to all the community members, students, staff members who participated in this. Your contributions are very, very, very important to us and to the work that we do. And I know it's not always easy to talk about your experience, especially if it's one that roots in trauma. So just thank you to everyone, and obviously thank you to the board and to the district for continuing to do this work. And I'm optimistic that we'll continue to progress and to make good decisions, but just keeping in mind that we need to call in to as many folks as we can in this work that we continue to do.
Additional comments, board comments or questions? Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Vance, for the presentation. At our next meeting, it sounds like we will get the full report from Insight, right? In April.
I'm hopeful. I should say I'm very hopeful for that, but I can't guarantee that. So what we'll be doing is making sure that they can move as quickly as possible. So it's either going to be at that board meeting or the following, but I'm aiming for the next board meeting. So
I think the 11th or the 18th of April.
Right.
Okay. And will there be a member of the Insight team there in case we have
Yes.
questions about the process or data analysis?
Yes, definitely. There will be
Okay.
someone there from Insight.
Okay. And then I have a couple of questions that I would like you to take back to the Insight team. Because are they going to be developing the recommendations from the information that there's more information than this, but basically these findings?
Yes, they will be.
Okay. So some things that I picked out from here, I'm going to share this with you, and then I'm going to give some general comments. But so some things based on the findings, it sounds like, let me go to your presentation. Give me 1 second. So I look at some of these and I see diffusion of responsibility to respond, capacity and courage, the educate, loose expectations and communication. I'm wondering a couple of things. So I'm wondering, one, and if you could take this back to Insight, is what sort of approaches have other schools used to provide, and what other resources are out there to provide not only the knowledge set, but the skill building? Because I think a lot of this is skill building of learning how to intervene and in these situations. And I know that it can be really scary at first. And I took a note somewhere from the anti-bias training that was really good, and I can't seem to find it. But fear is that first kind of barrier into actually intervening. So providing the knowledge set, I think, helps get us a little bit of the way, but it's also providing opportunities to develop the skill. I think the radical candor is a great opportunity for that. I think that's a good first step. But what other opportunities are out there? And the component that I'd like to pair with that is we can provide all of the knowledge set, the skill building, we can do all of that, but there still needs to be a willingness to intervene. And so for those folks that are unwilling for one reason or another, what sort of strategies have other school districts used? And I imagine it's gonna be necessary to partner with our labor partners when we come across someone who is unwilling to intervene in these situations. What sort of strategies, what sort of resources, what sort of approaches are other school districts using, or other organizations in general? I think that's really important.
So that's like normal. Basically what you're saying is normalizing intervention. So
Correct.
it's not a thought process. We just automatically do it.
Correct. And I mean, and I'll speak a little bit about this in my comments. Not everyone thinks this is an issue, and that is an issue. And so for those folks, what if we come across that situation, and maybe we don't, and I'm hopeful that we won't at Santa Barbara Unified, but if we do, what sort of strategies and approaches are we going to take? Because we need to be prepared for that. And I think you're right. In our end goal is getting to a place where we are normalizing intervention, but we're not there yet. And I would argue that we're not even close. And so on our journey to getting to that place, we need to be prepared with the tools to get there. Let me see. My apologies as I work through this. I also want to hopefully see some really concrete examples of what it looks like to have clear expectations and what that may look like for our school district, or what that process could possibly look like. Because I think that part of this, what I'm hearing in the findings and the comments and the context of this, is that our schools are and our staff are really looking to us, and I'm looking at the district office, to really set those clear expectations, clear communications on how we expect our staff and to intervene in these situations. And clear expectations, I think, too, on not necessarily a prescriptive consequence, and this will lead into some of my comments, not prescriptive, but understanding that there are consequences and what the process looks like. And I'm really interested in that process, because it needs to be a just process where everyone, if you go through the process, you're probably not going to be very happy, but you understood it from the beginning, the expectations were clear, and the process was the same no matter who goes through it, I think is really important. And what the outcome is, it is going to depend on the circumstances, and that's okay. But the process needs to be, I think, set by the district. So I'll lead into some of my comments, and I took some notes, so bear with me as I get through them. But I was fortunate enough to go to the Black Student Union barbecue, and it was a very helpful experience for me, because I was challenged to clarify myself in comments that I made at the last board meeting. I thought that was a really important experience for a number of reasons, but for me to, one, clarify what I had intended to say, but also to recognize that it didn't matter what my intention was, I wasn't clear enough about what I was actually stating. So I spoke a lot about zero tolerance and expulsion as a consequence. And I think I conflated the two. And so I wanted to be clear in this meeting, based on my comments in the last meeting, before I start talking about this report, that absolutely zero tolerance for any racial slur, and zero tolerance for any hateful act, any tolerance for anyone who, zero tolerance for anyone who contributes to creating that atmosphere. Absolutely. What I was trying to say, and not as artfully as Avital today, was that expulsion is one consequence, but it should not be the first consequence. The first consequence that we go to. It should be a consequence that we use when there are no better options on the table. It should not be a consequence of first resort. And that's what I was trying to say, is in the criminal legal system, zero tolerance policies are often referred to in a little bit different lens. And so I appreciate that person who came up to me and asked me to clarify, because I think it's important. And the reason why I think it's important is because one piece of this conversation that I'm hoping that we can delve into, and I'll speak from my own personal experience. In my family, you know, I grew up hearing a lot of and experiencing a lot of anti-Blackness that came from my community. And it was through jokes and it was through comments and overgeneralizations. And it's important for us to recognize that. And I'm not going to say that that's for everyone in the Latino community. I'm going to say that that's from my experience, but I've also heard it from other people that needs to be a part of this conversation. And I want to call that out because when we start talking about what the consequences are, it's important to take that into consideration too, that we're going to be talking about that if that was the consequence of first resort, possibly expelling students of color. And I would hold that a restorative justice approach holds a part of this process and part of the consequences, and there needs to be that discussion in here. So with that, as I was looking through this executive summary, I couldn't help but be so frustrated and so almost a feeling of helplessness for some of the comments that I saw in this report. And to know that some of these instances and many of them are when we have adults around. And sometimes those adults are, I mean, I'm going to read one that like jumped out at me. A lot of teachers touch my hair. They say my hair is so pretty, and when you start touching it, it's weird. They question me about my hair and ask if it's real. I have this one teacher who touches my hair in class. I told her I don't usually let people touch my hair, and she said it's okay to do it, for her to do it because she's a teacher. That's horrible. This is the type of stuff that is very uncomfortable to read. It is very uncomfortable to talk about, but it's very necessary for us to discuss. It's very necessary for us to call out. And for as uncomfortable as it is for us to talk about, for us to read, for us to do all this work, that compares nothing to these students, our teachers, our staff, our community members that are experiencing it. And so I do want to say that, yes, we need to, that I am glad that the school district and that has led in this area and that we have decided to take this on, because I don't think you're going to find many other institutions that would do that and have these conversations. And now we're starting to get this information back, and we'll have more information so that we can make some really important decisions. But we can't just pat ourselves on the back and let it end here. And I don't think that we are, and I don't see that happening with this board and with this school district and with our community. I think some of the things that I was really excited to hear from Ms. Edison's report is highlighting that the modules are just a baseline and a starting off point. I think that's a really good thing to call out, because I think if someone took the modules, as I did, and just thought that that was our solution to this whole problem, I think they would be pretty dismayed. But it was a starting off point to get us all on the same wavelength with the same expectations of what to look for, the same language, and a shared basis of knowledge. I was really excited to hear about from Ms. Edison about the Combating Anti-Blackness Work Group, and the fact that there's a focus on prevention, because as President Sims Moten brought up last meeting, we really need to start focusing on prevention instead of being reactionary after the fact, because at that point, the harm has already been done. I think I was excited to hear that there is a partnership between the short-term urgency of what can we do now, paired with the long-term systems change. And one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that this is a long haul. And I've been reminded by, in conversations with folks, you know, these systems did not get built in 1 year, in 5 years, in 10 years. This has been decades, and since the origin of our country, that these systems have been built in place, and they change and they look a little bit different and they use some different terminology, but they're the same systems. And so changing these systems does take time. And so folks, may be thinking, well, why do we even need to do something like this racial climate assessment? And the simple reason is it's unfortunate, but necessary change always has to justify itself in ways that hurtful status quo does not. And that is part of the work that we're doing. And it's necessary work so that we bring in so many perspectives. And I wish we could have had every student, every staff member, but we got quite a few to bring in the perspectives that color this executive summary and that will color the perspectives that we get and the decision-making process that we're going to make when we get the full report. A couple of additional comments. I'm hoping that whatever recommendations come out of this information are concrete steps, things that we can do both short-term and long-term with, and maybe this comes from us, measurables for us to check in and see if what we're doing is working. And again, this is not going to happen overnight. This is not going to happen over one school year. It's going to happen over a very long period of time to where we get to where Mr. Vance was talking about, where intervention is the normal culture of our school district. I think I like the idea of ethnic studies for our junior highs, for all the way down to TK. I think we really need to start thinking about how intersectional this effort is with everything else that we're doing. And as we're always reminded, that's a part of MTSS. And I'm really glad that we're taking it on. And I'll end with this just to say one thing and to reiterate. I'm going to read a quote from page 32 of the executive summary. Historical racial equity and anti-Blackness initiatives spanning the last decade have been described by educational partner groups as non-existent, whereas now partners, particularly Santa Barbara Unified staff, believe these topics are a point of emphasis, a priority, an area of focus, and heading in the right direction. In speaking with several educational partners during focus groups and interviews, the change in mindset around equity work in the district is largely credited to district leadership at the superintendent position, board, and the changes in demographics of executive leadership in the last few years. I read that not to pat ourselves on the back, not even to say that we're doing a great job or anything. It's to say, I sincerely believe that in our superintendent's office, in our cabinet, we have the right people a part of this work that want to get to the right solution, to the right answer, that want to solve this, that want to change systems and want to get us to where we need to be. I'm not saying folks need to be less, it's draining work, and it's also work that causes a lot of burnout. We need these folks with us in the long haul. I'll accept the challenge of being more clear when I'm talking and being in this work for the long haul. When these folks, doesn't exclude the board from this, we sign up for this. When these folks are doing good work, when you can, when you have it in you, when you think it's appropriate, please, a quiet thank you goes a long way. A little reassurance, because we need these folks in the long haul. We have the right folks for these positions. This is hard work. Doesn't mean that your feedback has to be any less critical. Not saying that. But they're people, and this is work that does cause quite a bit of burnout. And I know, just because at the university, working at so many different universities, this work happens, and you have these really critical people that end up leaving, and it makes the process worse off for it. And I don't want to see that happen here. So I'll end with that, and just want to thank everyone who's been so involved in it from the community. I want to thank everyone from the cabinet to the superintendent to the previous board who made this decision to take this on. And so thank you. Those are my comments. I look forward to seeing the report next month, and thank you for allowing me so much time to speak.
Ms. Munoz, I see that your hand is up. Thank you. You're on mute.
Now I'm on mute. Okay. Thank you, President Sims Moulton. I want to follow up with what Mr. Escobedo was saying. First of all, I agree, to do the module, bring up my own awareness, because that is just like the starting point. For myself, I think that I had numbered the points I was going to make, but I changed it around to communication, being first. Communication could be positive, could be negative, but if we don't talk about it, it's not going to get better. The isolation of students, families, caregivers, and staff. If you are a Black teacher in one of our classrooms, you need just as much support, because of the attitudes that are out there. And the isolation, students that are feeling the effect of attitudes, whether they're spoken or not, the looks, feeling like I'm the only, like they're the only ones in the classroom, and then going home with that, right? It doesn't stop. They're carrying that around with them. I think we really need to be aware of that, and the long-lasting effects of social isolation due to racism are a real concern. Through from pre-K on up with our students. Also, as was stated, actionable recommendations that other school districts have tried, that this school district can try and improve on. Sure, there could be trial and error, but actionable, specific, concrete recommendations for our school district. The survey was done. I really appreciate the participation of the school staff, families, and caregivers. I was impressed, 888 families and caregivers that participated in this, because they're the one, they have the first, contact. They're aware of what their students are going through. And also all the students that gave us their input were very, very helpful. So in terms of actionable recommendations by the administrators, by the teachers, the staff, checking their attitudes and the effect on the students. If a teacher has an attitude, racist attitude, interaction with a student, the other students are affected by that, right? They're seeing that. And a safe way to be able to have the students address that. Students' voices, participation are key in this, as well as staff that are affected by this too. And then the consistent implementation. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if if someone tries to minimize it and so forth. If it's perceived as racist, it's racist, right? And it needs to be talked about. We can't get to a better point if we don't address it, if we don't resolve it, and have a way to do that, whether it be in staff training, whether it be student forums, student groups, counseling for all of the above. Sure, staff can get counseling too, because like we're saying, this is not something that developed overnight. Someone can think it's okay to say certain things for 50 years, 60 years, and then it's something that has a long-lasting impact on our students and their siblings and their families and the caregivers. When they walk into the school office, they need to be welcome. regardless, right? They need to be welcome. They need to feel safe. They need to feel, like they belong. It's their school. And if they don't feel like, that's their, that's how they experienced it, then they need a way to address it. They need to be able to talk to someone, and they need the district to be responsive. I know, some of the schools may be talking about this more, possibly like the smaller high schools, for example, and if they feel that something has been effective for them, to share it with other schools so that we could also have it available to our students and have a better atmosphere there for them. And as was said earlier, ongoing evaluation and analysis, so that over time we're measuring how effective it is. Are we improving? Are we stuck in certain areas? And how to analyze that could come from either, this group that has done the survey, or else from something, some other mechanism that our school district can invest in. I think it's very important. And also I was thinking, staff meetings where that dialogue, where these topics can be brought up on a regular basis, just as we have, the presentation with the agenda of racial incidences, let's bring up race in the staff meetings. We're talking about our school district, and we have diversity within our school district. Let's bring it up just as a norm. It's, Wednesdays, staff meeting, whatnot. Let's bring it up, because that's, I feel, the only way that we're going to improve, and how we can, all of us can invest in this and come together on this. So those are my thoughts. Like I said, especially the one, communication, lesson isolation of our students due to racism. 2, consistently implement it across all our campuses, across different ages of our students, and actionable recommendations, so that it's not only are we looking at the students, but we're looking at staff, or how it feels like when you walk into any of our campuses and our district office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Mr. Banning.
Wasn't going to forget to unmute. Okay. I want to say to Gabe and my fellow board members that I'm sitting staring at a screen that I made a screenshot earlier this afternoon when I read through the report. And it was that exact paragraph on page 32, Gabe. That exact same thing that I wanted to acknowledge and read. And there, I'm just going to give another piece of it, or another run at it. Historical racial equity and anti-Blackness initiatives spanning the last decade, I would say that's a short term, that could be longer, have been described by educational partner groups as non-existent, where now partners, particularly USD staff, believe this topic is a point of emphasis, a priority, an area of focus, and heading in the right direction. I'll stop there. I heard in Steve, in your slide presentation, I was taken by the phrases that you had selected, the idea of the onus of responsibility, loose expectations and communication, inconsistency, normalizing intervention. These are phrases that we could have been thinking of a couple of hours ago when we were praising what the district was doing with the curriculum adoption. What I want to say about this, I said last time, I'm proud to be part of an organization that's doing this work, this good work. I mentioned the thought of celebrating when things are right. What I didn't say in that is the reason that we celebrate is that it reinforces the right thing. And so in the actions that we need to be taking, I don't mean to be making them smaller in any way. We have incredibly difficult work to do. And I'm glad to be part of what we're doing, exactly as I was the last time. But I will also say that the numbers that came out of the surveys, the amount of participation, strengthens the validity of what was going on there. It wasn't 100%. You'll never get that. But it was good percentages. It was percentages that have meaning that you cannot turn away from. I can't say anything else that isn't echoing what others are saying, but I continue to be proud and dedicated, and I'm glad I'm here because I want to be part of this in this community. I look forward to the actions, the concrete things and the steps, and being a voice toward fixing those areas, that onus of responsibility and the loose expectations and communication, the inconsistency. Thank you to the previous board. I was not aware, but for having the courage and the commitment to call for this study. And now we need to have the courage and the commitment to hear it and act appropriately. Thank you all.
Wendy, you're muted.
Maybe because I was quietly thinking here. Thank you, board members, for your comments. I have to sit and, sit with this a little bit in terms of moment. Certainly, certain things that I read in here wasn't a surprise in terms of, how people were feeling and what they are experiencing. So that, that just bring up my own experiences with that. But just now sitting in this seat, as I think about this, and I am proud to be part of this board, leading this very courageous work that we have to do, and know that, there's continued work that we'll have to do. I think this is a time that we're laying the foundation for how it becomes integrated in who we are as Santa Barbara Unified. It's often heard or said that we are products of our environment. Well, I think we have this opportunity with this work to create the environment where we're not seeing this, where we don't have the same experiences that have happened 50, 100 years ago that we've seen in here in the comments, that we don't have that. How do we create the environment that we want, to where when people come to school, they come to want to be a part of this district? Like when you go buy a house and you always ask about what the school's like, right? So looking at that same point, I want to go to Santa Barbara Unified because of the environment that they have, where my kids are going to feel identified, no matter who they are, they want to go there. And that should drive up the price of a house. It's because the school also has an environment, not just because of the scores, because obviously the scores is not everything. It really is just a number in terms of that, but because of the environment that is being created here and the work that it's going to take to create that, to sustain it. So want to appreciate those efforts, and those, even though we didn't get 100%, and we won't get that 100%, but whosoever is there answering that question, that's who's supposed to be there at that time in that place. So we want to appreciate the difficult that it takes to just share that. And hopefully people are not being re-traumatized with feeling like, I'm telling you this, but I'm not sure if it's going to change. So how do we change that too? And as I said before, I think it really is two things that we need to work on, work through simultaneously. There's systematic things that we know that's the thing that's going to take time, because we're working in a system that's been long before we got here, and hopefully it's better when we leave away from it, right? So, and then there's one, how do we make sure, or how do we help in that environment our students feel the worthiness of who they are, no matter who they are, where they come from? That's the environment we want to. When you step in here, and I can't say Santa Barbara Unified, I want us to be that model, not only for other school districts, but for other community agencies as a part of Santa Barbara County. And no matter who you are, you're worthy. And when someone calls you these names and these slurs, there's a different approach. They're gonna get a bounce back like, oh, that didn't hurt them. No, because we're going to use all the tools that we have and making sure that we have in the conversation that we instill confidence, knowledge, and a sense of self in all of our students. And so you need to figure out why you're doing that. You're doing it because you're hurt, so I'm going to try to hurt somebody else. There's a root cause for people doing what they do, right? So I think that's important. So environment, what the environment we create is really good. Even those who, as we've seen in here, are afraid, I don't know what to do. It's normalized racism. Okay, that's true. But in this environment, we want to reinforce you. So when you walk out of here, you have something to take out into the community. And that starts with prevention, as I've talked about, that we spend a lot of dollars on intervention because we haven't really spent the time to really, in the root cause, at the prevention level. So that's, what are we putting into our environment? So even those who feel uncomfortable, don't agree, but you're here. So there's going to be something you're going to gain from this. You may not ever tell it, you may not ever say it, but in the environment, let us be a great product, even us as adults, as leaders, let us be a product of our environment that we're creating. So when kids come into our classrooms, when they come into the district, when they come and participate before the board, you can sense it and you know it without it being said. I was talking to somebody about DEI. I'm like, that's a whole package and commodity right now, because no one, it should be done. It's just who you are. It's who we are. So the more that we're working on this, and this is part of the great steps that we're making here, and I know we're going to have to make even larger strides to do that. So we're in the seats now, and it's what we do, again, to create a better environment, long past this board, long past this administration, long past that is in Santa Barbara Unified. When we look back, and hopefully we'll do come back around and say, what was that? What is it? What is the magic? It's not magic, it's hard work and commitment. That is the change that's going on at Santa Barbara Unified. And if we start to do that, the scores as we measure schools by, they will be reflective of the work that we're doing at this level. Because it won't matter what class you're sitting in, we're also going to make sure that we're creating a place and space for you to be who you are, no matter who you are. And then I know that it's, he spoke to about it's long work, and sometimes it's hard work, and people get worn out by it. But I'm, as a choir singer, there's how staggered breathing. So we're going to have to use some staggered work. And when the note, because the note has to carry on, it has to carry on. So when you get a little tired with it, okay, I might have to take a breath, but the note's going to continue on because we have enough folks in the choir to carry it on. And there's never a break in the song or the note. So we're going to have to use some staggered breathing, and those of us who are in the work, and what is going to need to take with that. And then lastly, I just want to say, I am glad that you brought up, I want to make sure that Insight comes and presents to us. I really want to hear from them, their perspective, their thoughts about it, because it's here in a summary, but I want to look you in your eye, and I want to hear you tell us what your feeling was and what your thoughts were behind this. And one other thing, as I was looking at it, and again, I still want to be able to sit with it. I appreciate the public comment that said that let's sit with this. And I want to make sure that we have enough time when we present this final thing, we have enough time we want to good into management. So we sit down and have the time for it and make very intentional space for us to start to do with this. And so that's when we'll get those clear intentions and expectations, and people will know how to go through it. And the last thing I would want to say, I circled many times through here when it talks about racial, I believe it said competency. It feels like if you pass a test, you're competent. So I'm not sure how we use a different word to see how we talk about how we're feeling about that. But competency to me feels like if you check the boxes and you make a certain score, then you're competent and then you're ready to go. And that feels like I've passed it and I don't have to do more. So that may be just a word thing, but that's something I would like Insight to look at with regards to what's racial competency. What does that mean? And are you able to, through the racial competency, understand the experience of those that are being harmed by some of the policies and procedures and different those things? So again, I think it is certainly climate and its culture, and all those things that we're doing. It is about the environment in which we are providing, and that we are embodying. It's just who we are. I'd like to see, I know we said we might want to do another hashtag, or I'm not sure what they're called. We are united, we are, but I think there's a little bit more as we start to look at this work. What is the environment that we're creating? And so that we truly can say that our students are a product of the environment that we're setting forth. So those are my comments. Dr. Maldonado.
If I may, I just have a short statement. Thank you, board members, for the support of the cabinet and leaders in this district. I just want to say that since my time in Santa Barbara Unified, I've heard many speak about the generational trauma related to incidents involving race happening in our schools. It's unacceptable, which is why we worked with you and others to commission this report, and with the previous board as well, to really get to the root of what's happening. But we have to be honest and transparent in order to take the actions needed to change the culture. My wish is that every single child that comes through our school doors feels seen, valued, cared for, and experience the joy of learning in safe spaces with caring adults. And I feel confident that with your support in this cabinet and our leaders, we can achieve that. Those are my remarks. Thank you very much.
And that's the environment in terms of those things, how that we're going to move forward for that. And I also want to thank the team who has worked with, I know you worked with Insight to get the necessary questions, then the feedback, and working through that, and sharing what the board is asking and expectations, and also those who participated in the focus groups. This is just our first step, again, in creating the environment that we want to feel safe, and that we want to be able to, at least from this district, address and acknowledge the generational harm, as Dr. Maldonado said, and what we can do it from here. So when the next generations are talking about that, they'll know, yes, at this point, there was a change in that and it didn't continue. Yes, do we have work to do because we have new people coming in all the time, but we'll have an environment, we'll have practices in place, we have policies and procedures in place where people understand what the expectations are. So thank you all for this report, Mr. Vince. You're the messenger of the times. Yes. So, but I'm hoping to see Insight here so that we can speak directly to those messengers here, and you won't have to carry that burden sometimes of being the messenger of the message. So
President Sims-Moton, I also want to just say thank you to Anna Pillhofer, who's been doing this work behind the scenes. So I just want to give that acknowledgement as well. So thank you.
Much appreciated. And let's make sure we're doing some staggered breathing in this work. Let's keep our note going.
Exactly.
So, all right, well, that concludes that report. And we've had a great discussion tonight, and there was a lot of discussion. So thanks everybody for staying, being patient in here. We know this was one meeting here, and we'll be, acknowledging that, and appreciate the staff for allowing us to move some items to next month. So there was no item J with regards to that. We had no return from the consent. And you see the coming events board members that are coming. Are there any that are not listed here that we missed, Dr. Maldonado?
I do want to announce that, as Kavya said earlier, we do have our film tomorrow. We moved the time to 4:30 because we wanted to give a more opportunity for folks from schools to get there. And I just want everyone to know, and I'll say this in my meeting tomorrow as well. You can see the flyer here. A large reason for me wanting to do this film documentary showing is because it's important for me as a young woman, as a young teacher, and as a young leader. I was very, I worried, I'm a worrier, and I worried for a long time about when I learned about the Holocaust and the atrocities that have been, done to so many people. This is just one example. But it's so important for us to understand and talk about, how do we get to a place where the conditions are such that people commit such hate and atrocity and violence. And I think this is just the beginning of a conversation that in addition to everything else that we want to do in this district, adds to the layer of complexity of the work that we're trying to do in changing the culture of our school district. And I just wanted to take a moment to say that, and I'll say it again tomorrow. And I invite all those who can join us at the Joan Keynes Theater at La Cumbre at 4:30. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maldonado. As well as board members, you do see the future agenda items there in your script there. I don't think there's any additional ones that we're doing. We're working on making some meetings in the future. And as this is the final meeting for this month, and so we will adjourn to the regular board meeting, which is next April 11th. And lastly, I'll just say again, thank you. And students, we see you, we believe in you, and we thank you. And we need you to show up every day because we're going to show up for you as well. So thank you everyone for your patience. That concludes our meeting. Have a great night. Hope you get a little bit of sleep. So, all right.
Have a great night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.